Welcome, welcome, welcome. Larry Beaver asks, have you clocked in for your shift today? Please do
Here are some
so.
details.
Damn it. Fuck you, lady. I'm not talking. Excuse my language. Damn it. First minute. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We can recover, kitchen. Hi, welcome to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. I'm back in the kitchen today, folks. Give me 1 second. Larry, excuse me. I hope you're all doing well. Um, Mayor is not here. Please keep that in mind. Mayor is not here. We have quite the evening ahead of us. We have multiple really interesting cases to watch as the sun goes down behind me and the lighting hopefully gets a little bit better. Oh, good. Okay, bitches against bullshits here, so we are good to go. That's great news. Why don't you all let me know what you've had for dinner? Or I'm a bit early, so yeah, I'm sure you've eaten maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna be cooking dinner tonight. Sashina, I love it. I am asked to make burgers and wedges tonight, one of my classics, so we'll be doing that. Seriously, I have some amazing court for us today. We are going to start not with what 12 of you may have already seen. You want to see dead flesh being fried? Well, I might be able to do that. I don't know. Yeah, we can do that. We're going to start actually with some sass. Let's call it that. Okay. So I'm going to pull this up, get it going, get my accoutrements out, get my mise en place done, and then we will get going with the my cooking, you're watching me cook, and watching court. Bitches Against Bullshit made cock and dumplings, straight up Betty Crocker. I also have been known to make that recipe exceptionally well. Yes. Um, okay. Yeah. You know that autocorrect goes to what you automatically type most. Love that part. Okay, let's get going. Vicky didn't eat yet. That's okay, Vicky. We'll get you there. Um, this is gonna be fun, guys.
Mike Pratt. Response. Trent Brown and Trina Brown. Response. Jessica and Russell Ames. Response. Amber Mackey. Response. And Kaylee Dowell. Response. All right, folks, it looks like we have 4 cases where both parties are present. Begin working our way through those cases, and everybody, if you'll remain muted until I call your case. And Mr. Underhill, you remain muted as well. We'll see if Ms. Aitken appears. And we'll start with the matter of Noah Murray, Caitlin Bailey, and David and Lisa Tolbert.
Morning again, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Oxford, good morning. You can take either table, is fine. And Mr. Tolbert, I'll need you to stand, and Murray's and Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey, if you'll both all 3 of you raise your right hands, please. Swear the testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so I'm familiar with the case because I've read the pleadings
Certainly.
and I've read all the attached statements.
If it pleases the court, I would just like to make a record with respect to preliminary issues regarding evidentiary issues and or service issues. I was served via email, which is fine. We had agreed to that and service of email with respect to the latest filing by the petitioner on June 15th. I know that the court is willing and likely to give a lot of latitude to pro se litigants with respect to getting a record before the court. I don't know if any of the witnesses that they provided declarations for in their exhibit packet are present here today, but I would object to the admission of any of those statements and declarations provided to the court from those three individuals on the grounds that they are not properly sworn declarations, nor do they contain any sort of language indicating that these were sworn statements under penalty of perjury. They do not comport with signature requirements with respect to sworn declarations for the court. Further, they were served on me Thursday prior to the beginning of a holiday weekend, which does not comport with service requirements in Thurston County under the 632 local rules. With respect to their statements, they're here to testify. I really don't have any, I mean, I would object to the declarations being admitted as evidence. But, you know, given the service issues, given the lack of any sort of, declaratory statement that these are sworn statements, I don't think it's appropriate for the court to consider the declarations of witnesses that are not here. I know my client doesn't have a Sixth Amendment confrontation right in this proceeding, given the nature of the proceeding. However, I think that rule is instructive and important with respect to the court considering evidence that is ultimately hearsay above and beyond the declaratory issues. So we would urge the court to strike those from the record. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll note the.
Okay, so just before we get moving along here, let's just do a little recap. So this is a protection order hearing, and actually, does it say? I don't know who's the petitioner yet. We'll see in a minute. But here's the thing. We saw them a couple weeks ago. They got a continuance to get this lawyer. Apparently, they got a good lawyer because he's already hot out of the gate, right? We're just getting started here, but the lady on the bottom, not just me, the other lady here is the one to watch. She gets upset. So let's keep going. This is honestly, you're going to hear a bunch of crazy situations too. We don't get as much as I'd like, but we get some. So let's keep going. Yeah, just keep an eye for her, faces and all.
Objection. As I've said, I've read everything that's been filed, so I am familiar with the declarations that have been filed. And it's the court's policy generally to consider the evidence submitted by the parties. And I understand the objection and I can weigh the weight I will give that evidence.
That's all I'm asking, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So, having reviewed this, the evidence in this case, we essentially have two components to it. One is what occurred on May 13th with the dogs, and that's one issue. And then probably the bigger issue is the Greenbelt access, which is an interesting issue. I do note that there appears documents apparently with the assessor's office indicate that residents of what is it, Newhall? Is that what's the?
We live in Wilderness, and the other neighborhood is Newcastle, Your Honor.
Wilderness and Newcastle. Yes.
Newcastle. Thank you. That the residents of Newcastle don't have access to the Greenbelt, according to a document theoretically as I understand it. However, there has been a long history of use by residents of both neighborhoods, and apparently the neighborhood associations are attempting to try to come up with some understanding as to how that works. So that's my understanding of that issue. So I want to let the parties know I'm aware of the varying opinions about the rights to access the greenbelt.
Yeah, Judge, you're being boring right now, but can somebody please remind me that I'm putting this in the freezer in about, I don't know, 20 minutes?
But I will also tell the parties, this court does not have the authority to decide that issue. If the parties can't resolve it, and I don't know, I don't know whether an association can speak on behalf of individual property owners or whether they have rights that the association can't bargain away. I don't know. That's going to be up to the parties to figure that out. I would encourage, perhaps, if the parties want to avoid having to go to Superior Court and hire lawyers and try to get a quiet title action, that they may consider using the Thurston County Dispute Resolution Center to see if we can come up with a mutually agreeable solution for the parties. To me, that makes a lot of sense, given what I've read from everybody who all believes that they're right. So those situations are hard for the parties to come to agreement, but if they can get a third party involved, it may be helpful. So that would be my thought on the issue of who has legal possessory rights to access the greenbelt. So I understand that's an issue, and I understand that plays out for Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey, believing that Mr. Tolbert's daily walks with his dog lead them to believe that he is looking at them, that he is invading their privacy. I do see that from the photos that there is a fence that is in some early stage of construction, at least as of the last photos that I saw. And so they have some concern about people walking the greenbelt looking into their backyard. And then this apparently became an issue on the 13th of May when Mr. Tolbert was apparently bitten as two dogs had a conversation. So that's where we're at. I'll give Mr. Murray and or Ms. Bailey a chance to add anything you want to add, understanding that I've read your statements in full, and I've read the statements of everybody who submitted them on both sides. So I'll go to the petitioners first. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Regarding Mr. Huxford's issue with timeliness, we would just like to report that.
Okay, you don't need to address that.
Okay.
Just factually, do you have anything else you would like to add?
I think we feel confident that we wrote everything out in our statements, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Huxford, does Mr. Tolbert have anything else he would like to add?
I don't believe that there's any additional record that we'd like to make with respect to testimony. I have an argument outline prepared to discuss some of the legal issues raised by the court.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I'll give Mr. Huxford an opportunity to make his argument. So I'll let Mr. Murray and or Ms. Bailey, one of you can choose to be the lawyer in this case and give me your argument, which isn't adding new facts. It's just arguing why you believe you should get the order. So one of you, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I think everything was kind of outlined in our statements. I don't feel that we should have to deal with people driving by our home or walking behind our home and threatening us with, various statements, saying they're going to bring a weapon to our home or threatening us and telling us they're law enforcement, they're attorneys, so we need to watch out. We just want to be able to, use our backyard freely and not feel threatened by the individual.
Thank you. Mr. Huckster.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it goes without saying today that we are asking the court to dismiss the petition against Mr. Tolbert in relationship to the facts that the court is extremely familiar with at this point. We did file, and I will again just reiterate that we filed a motion to realign the parties. I know that it's within the court's discretion to do so. I think it's our argument in addition to dismissal that also the behavior as offered by the petitioner themselves in the video they provided this court speaks to the aggression and harassment of my own client with respect to his use of the green belt as opposed to him harassing anyone. With respect to the law, the black letter of the law expressly, I think it's very important that the court really focus on
people in court. I love your
actually took.
sad comments, by the way, just so you know, I'm laughing. But oh yes, med check. Thank you, Daylight. Good idea. So there's 5 assholes right now choosing to be dicks in this chat. Oh, okay, maybe just one of you. Anyways, whatever. Just hit that like button, clock in for your shift. I am getting the potatoes going here for this. We've got burgers coming up. Oh, I gotta get the buns. And so yes, select all messages. If you don't like to see Streamlabs because it's busy, just block him. That's cool. Trish says I was the dick. And that's okay. Like it keeps me on my toes. It's hilarious to me. But what else was I gonna say? I don't know. Look at the look on her face, by the way. She is like laser focused on this. It's always kinky in here, Mayor. You know that.
Place and whether or not that conduct meets the statutory definition of harassment in this particular instance, specifically a knowing and willful course of conduct directed at a specific person that seriously alarms, annoys, harasses, or is detrimental. I mean, I don't even think that the petitioner can get over that hump, frankly, if I'm being honest. What we're talking about is, I think it's very clear there's a property issue here that this court is not properly before the court and that this court cannot address in the context of this particular legal vehicle. My client was walking his dog. Like he was walking his dog on a well-recognized trail. This trail happens to go behind the houses between the greenbelt. I think that it's very clear from the testimony and the record that's been presented by the petitioner that there's some conjecture about whether that's okay or not, and whether or not both HOAs recognize that this trail has been in existence, that it connects with a much larger trail system in LBA Park. And I don't understand how once Mr. Tolbert was a neighbor of theirs, how his conduct in walking on a trail that's not on their property. And I think that's another important point here. How is him walking his dog designed to alarm, annoy, harass, or intimidate them in any sort of way? He's passing by. We have a green stand with houses on both sides. I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, they've made allegations and attached nefarious intent to him looking around while walking his dog in the green belt. I don't think that there's anything in the record to support a position or a factual narrative in which Mr. Tolbert is standing in their backyard, peering into their window. He's passing through and walking by under, if not legitimate authority or legitimate purpose, at least color of law, based on his understanding from the previous homeowner that this trail was accessible and that they regularly used it. The petitioner in their video during the alleged altercation that took place acknowledges that kids use the greenbelt frequently. There are multiple witnesses statements from other neighbors in the greenbelt that also provide us with context as to the understanding between these two neighborhoods, regardless of what the plats say and regardless of what the assessor's documents say. I believe that it's widely recognized, as evidenced by both HOA presidents acknowledging this in the email thread where this incident was reported to the HOA presidents, that this trail has been there, it's been there for years, and that it's been accessible from both neighborhoods. So with respect to that in and of itself, I think that there's really no argument here that Mr. Tolbert walking his dog, maybe it does make them uncomfortable, but the idea that that behavior was designed to annoy, alarm, and harass, like purposefully and intentionally, I think fails as a matter of law. We've already kind of dovetailed the legit.
My hands are all greasy, but hello, looking at legal stuff in the chat. Thank you so much, Donna, Orlando Chiquita. You are awesome. Everybody here is awesome. If you are just getting here, clock in for your shift. I'm putting these wedges in and I'm taking orders. Who wants theirs well done? And who would prefer them a little floppier? Okay? I can do both. Also, this is so petty, isn't it? Although it gets a bit serious in a moment here. But I digress. I gotta get these in the oven. My fingers are dirty. That's why I'm not typing yet. I like the burnt edges too. Arbitrary hubris. Absolutely. I always take them out, give everybody theirs, and then put mine back in. But anyways, okay. Let's continue on. As we watch this, this is our first of, I even have a plan. I wrote out a plan today, you guys. We're first on this one. We're on track. Shit, guys.
Legitimate and lawful purpose aspect of that onto that argument as well. I think that, again, at worst, he was acting under color of law, but I think that my client had a good faith belief based on representations from the HOA presidents, representations from his neighbors, representations from the other homeowners in the community and the person he brought the home from, that he was completely legitimate and walking his dog there daily. I also don't think that this meets the course of conduct arm of the statute either. I think we've already addressed most of those issues. Finally, I think that the third component and the third element of harassment and unlawful harassment that needs to be addressed and considered by this court is which would cause a reasonable person to suffer substantial emotional distress and must actually cause substantial emotional distress. It is clear to me from the video submitted by the petitioner that my client certainly comes to confront them about what had happened. It's certainly he, I think, was within his rights after just being injured. Whether or not he was bit by his own dog or their dog is kind of irrelevant. It doesn't matter. This dog charged his dog. He defended himself and defended his dog. If their argument is that an off-leash dog can just at will bolt out of its yard.
My dog wasn't off leash. My dog was not off leash, sir.
Okay. Remember, I've read all the facts, so I'll give you another chance, Ms. Bailey. So hold on.
Again, I think what's important to understand is that once it was recognized and the petitioners have acknowledged themselves that they recognize that this was a neighbor, at what point does it seem reasonable that an objectively reasonable person would be alarmed by a neighbor walking on a trail recognized by both neighborhoods with his dog as a person with nefarious intent? I'm assuming, given my other work in the criminal defense field and also other anti-harassment protection order field, that there are any number of individuals who are not authorized to walk that trail that probably regularly walk that trail out of LBA. The fact that they recognized that he was a neighbor, that he went and had a conversation, or that they had a conversation about him being a neighbor, kind of strikes the reasonableness of Miss Bailey and Mr. Murray's fears that he's up to anything or that this would cause any substantial emotional distress. Normally, I would expect in a situation like this, the neighbors to talk to each other and get to know each other instead of putting up no trespassing signs on a trail that isn't their property, yelling fuck off or get the fuck out of here to my client.
Your wife yelled that at me. His wife yelled that at me.
Miss Bailey, don't interrupt, please.
So this emotional distress that they have petitioned the court with and argued is reasonable, I don't think, as a matter of law, stands the objective reasonable test, nor do I think that they've proven with sufficient evidentiary support that they are actually experiencing any substantial emotional distress. The petitioners also submitted a dog that allegedly shows their dog injured and limping as a result of the kicks that they say that my client issued to the dog when defending his person and his other dog. That's not what that video shows. It's not what the video shows at all. So this idea that they're worried for their dog's safety, that they're worried for their own safety is hyperbolic and hyperbole. I think a final important inconsistency in their own statements to point out, since the court has read the record to date and is prepared to at least consider those statements with proper weight, is they allege that there's this nefarious gun violence threat lingering in the background and that their neighbors told them that they heard my client in his backyard unobserved behind his fence talking to his son about that. Okay, so both of those witnesses also provided statements. What they both don't mention is any threat of a firearm or any threat of Mr. Tolbert making a threat of a firearm against them. So I think that that fails just from a credibility standpoint, because I don't think they can substantiate that allegation. Listen, my client is a disabled military veteran. He is a corrections officer. His wife is a biologist, I believe, or a scientist. Like, at no point has my client set out to harass anyone. If at most their best argument is that he drove by their house that was specifically designed to find out what house number he needed to report this to animal services, because there was an animal services issue about an out of control, unruly dog that is biting people in the neighborhood. Law enforcement contacted them. Mr. Murray had an aggressive confrontation with law enforcement. Animal control contacted them. They told them in no under certain terms, based on the animal control report we provided to the court, that they weren't going to abide by a quarantine, and that it was Mr. Tolbert that was in the wrong here, and that their dog didn't bite anybody. So they have put themselves in a position to, contradict county officials, to frustrate county officials in doing their job. Where is the substantial emotional distress, Your Honor? Substantial emotional distress is not typically evidenced, in my opinion, by people having aggressive confrontations with their neighbors, then having aggressive confrontations with law enforcement, then having aggressive confrontations with animal control, when all of those public officials are just trying to do their job. And we have Mr. Tolbert trying to make sure that, he has a civil claim for damages if he really wants here, because he was attacked by his neighbor's dog. The idea that this dog was just defending its territory and that that's an acceptable, reasonable argument is a red herring. Listen, I would encourage the court to see through the inconsistencies in their statement. I would encourage the court to recognize that this is not the proper vehicle to resolve this dispute, as the court said at the very beginning of this hearing. And I would encourage the court very strongly to dismiss this petition as what it is, which is frivolous. And finally, we would ask the court and request that the court provide us with at least a temporary harassment order, so we can consider whether or not we would like to move forward with this vehicle or another civil vehicle to address the claims that Mr. Tolbert has. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bailey, now it's your turn. And remember, I've read all the statements. I did read the statement of Ms. Tolbert indicating what she said, so I'm aware of that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think the issue here is somebody walking behind our home and using a trail. That was never the issue. The issue is what he chose to do after the fact, which was driving by our home, not once to get our address, but back and forth by our home multiple times, choosing to stop his car and yell out the window multiple times, which was witnessed by our neighbor. If we want to talk about lying in statements, in his statement, David Tolbert stated that my dog was outside at that point, which simply is not true. Noah was up on a ladder fixing a light on the front of our home, and David drove by back and forth 4 times on Mother's Day, yelling out his window, while myself and my dog were inside of our home. My issue with him walking on the trail and looking on my windows, I understand that, peeping isn't harassment, but I've asked the individual to stop looking in my windows. He stated he can do what he wants. He can walk on the trail when he wants. We have no issue with people freely using that trail or freely walking in LBA woods. My issue is that he does it at early hours in the morning and late at night, hours at which LBA Park is not open. And then, the fact that Andre.
She say it's called El Gay Park. I'm laughing at that. Also, I don't have a problem with him using the park, except for I have a problem with him using the park. What is with these people in Washington thinking that the outdoors is theirs? I live in fucking nature too. Guess what? You don't get to say who comes to the park. You have no say over it. It doesn't even concern you. All you need to do is just, literally shut your fucking blinds. Why are you looking out into the park wondering who's peeping? Who's there? That's weird. You're harassing the park. Nana's looking at me right now like I am insane. She's talking to a friend in the living room right now. They're both talking. I can hear them. I'm gonna yell really loud something stupid, but I'm gonna mute you guys and put it back on. But what should I yell? Tell me what I should yell really loud, just to really freak them out. I'm taking best bets in the chat. I will scream it very loud. just to freak Nana out. Like, I'm thinking like 3 words. And yeah, I know I'm not playing the court yet. I'm waiting. Oh no, early? Don't beat your meat. That's a good one. Okay, I like don't beat your meat, Laura. That's pretty good. Okay. No, no, Trish. I'm not begging for disaster here. Okay, I'm gonna cover the mic so you can hear that I actually do this. Don't beat your meat!
And Todd came to our home and were worried about our safety because they heard statements made about himself and his son showing up to our home with an AR-47. I think regardless of if that's hearsay, it's substantiated, and I shouldn't have to fear that someone is going to come to my home with a weapon over walking on a trail. You know, their attorney wants to
Whoa,
state
hold
that
on.
this
We
is
gotta go
something that
back for a
should be
second. I don't think that's a real weapon. Does she mean AK? Meat's not for beating! Don't beat your meats! Nana, I'm on air.
Todd came to our home and were worried about our safety because they heard statements made about himself and his son showing up to our home with an AR-47. I think regardless of if that's hearsay, it's substantiated, and I shouldn't have to fear that someone is going to come to my home with a weapon over walking on a trail. You know, their attorney wants to state that this is something that should be handled person to person, which I totally agree. But in my opinion, it escalated beyond that point to where I felt unsafe and I felt the need to, you know, file an anti-harassment order. I would have loved to have it handled outside of court, but I didn't feel that that was something that was going to happen. And that's, you know, why we filed this anti-harassment order. I think we've additionally taken steps, you know, to rectify the situation for ourselves by, you know, building a fence and, you know, buying curtains and doing different things like that. You know, we've additionally talked to our HOA. I know there is a land use issue, but ultimately the land is owned by Wilderness HOA, regardless of what anybody wants to say. You know, myself and my partner, as well as David, moved into the neighborhood at the same time. So them saying that the trail has been used for years, you know, 20, 40 years, our neighborhood was built 20 years before Newcastle was built. And the Greenbelt is meant to be, you know, an in-between space and access for utilities. It was never meant to be a trail. I would like to also point out that this supposed trail only goes from David Tolbert's backyard into LBA Woods. It doesn't go the entire length of the neighborhood. You know, when we moved in, there's a handful of people that use it. That's, you know, that's no problem at all. My issue is just with the harassment that has occurred. I'd like to additionally point out that I have not driven by his home. I have not gone to his home. I don't know what color his house is. I don't, you know what car he drives, except for the fact that Noah saw him drive by our home. Everything that has occurred on our property. I have never, you know, seeked out going to his place of residence to try to talk to him and try to harass him.
I think you mean sought him out at his residence, but okay. And no, Lucy, I cannot even close to imagine working with her. I mean, I've personally been asked to not come into offices because I am a disruption in an office, but I'm a happy disruption. My problem is I don't facilitate work. I facilitate fun. Okay. And losers don't like that. So that's why I don't do well in an office. She's the guy and the lady that would ask me to leave the office.
He's only come to my residence and done that. And, you know, his point that we harass law enforcement or we're aggressive is just unsubstantiated. Me asking animal control to please leave and telling them that I'm not going to sign any papers is totally within my right, because they were choosing to only listen to what David had to say and were unwilling to take down my written statement and take down my story. So at that point that they were unwilling to hear my side of the story, I asked them to leave my property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I'll tell you about that, Lucy. It's happened multiple times. Just remind me.
So, you know, I've heard the arguments that I kind of expected to hear, having reviewed the evidence that had been submitted. as I said, I can't resolve the property issue.
Correct. And we've gone to our HOA and that will be
Right.
resolved.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're here
Yeah,
to,
that's one I can't resolve. When I hear some of these cases, I just put myself in situations of
Mhm.
the property owners, and I own some property, and what's it like if people walk back behind my backyard, and, it's woods. I have kids, all that stuff. So is it unusual that somebody would make use of a path through a wooded area without even checking, as long as they don't think it's on somebody else's private property, where they're intruding in a yard? Yeah, sure. People run through, walk through, that's not unexpected. And heck, I grew up that way. So just from taking the law out of it, that doesn't seem to be so unusual to me. This obviously came to a head when Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey's dog broke free of its collar and advanced on Mr. Tolbert and his dog, and Mr. Tolbert ended up with a bite on his finger, however that happened. I think both parties felt like it wouldn't have happened if the other party wasn't there. And of course, there's some logic to that, which is,
Oh yeah, Electric Head Gino. Love it. Love it. Actually, I prefer, I wish I had gotten her face perfectly framed. She just looks like, let's do a poll immediately right now. Do you believe that this is good body language to put in court? I'm being serious. Like, it's something that sometimes you don't even understand about yourself when you don't see yourself on camera. But I'm telling you right now, don't look good. But this being said, I'm a lady that just screamed out some random words to bother my family members because they were sassing me about my fake friends on the internet.
it wouldn't have happened if another party wasn't there, but it did happen. And then there was a reaction to that. Everybody sort of took a step back and started creating some defense around their own actions and blaming others. I don't think this is worthy of a protection order. I understand why there was a request. I will disagree with Mr. Huxford in that Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey, as Ms. Bailey points out, they felt threatened enough that they felt obligated to file a petition for an order. And to me, that's a big step for somebody to take. And that's a pretty good sign in and of itself that there's a level of concern that people have that they now have to try to get the legal system involved in resolving an issue that causes them concern. And I'm going to say this, I'm not going to grant the order. I'll dismiss the current order. But I'm going to, one, reiterate that I encourage the parties for resolution of these long-term to think about using an organization like the Dispute Resolution Center, which, in fairness, I used to be a board member of, but I am a huge fan of the work they do, and they appear in our court calendars on a regular basis to assist folks in mediating disputes, and they do an excellent job. But this may be bigger than that because it involves two homeowners associations. So I would encourage you to work through your homeowners association. But I'm going to expect going forward, Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey have made clear to Mr. Tolbert their concern about any direct contact between Mr. Tolbert and them. And by the sole nature of having filed this petition, they're making a request that there be no contact, Mr. Tolbert, with them. So I don't have the authority to say whether you can or can't walk on the path, but should you choose to walk on the path and believing you have the right to do so, you'll make that decision. But you should in no way engage in any contact with Mr. Murray or Ms. Bailey. And to the extent that you do, and this continues, they have the right to come back and say, after we had this whole hearing, he continues to do whatever they, are going to assert you're doing, like driving by their residence or other things that they have that are concerns. So I would urge you not to do that. And same for Mr. Murray and Ms. Bailey. I urge you, if he's walking back behind your property, don't, you don't need to tell him you don't have the right to be back there or whatever it is. Everybody's working on that. Everybody knows there's an issue there, and apparently there are steps being taken to try to figure that one out. So I would urge you not to have any contact with Mr. Tolbert, and to the extent that either party can't abide by that and decides that they need to contact the other, it's going to be fairly good evidence that it's meant to be harassing and not problem solving, since we're here trying to solve this problem today. And either party could come in and make a.
The most manly men I know how to take that. Anyways, what do you think about that? I think, honestly, hilarious, right? She got a little bit put in her place. I don't remember if she talks again, so let's just finish this up until they leave, and then we'll get on to our next hearing. And you guys are all my real friends. She just doesn't understand. Nana doesn't get it. I'm going to set up that P.O. box, and then she'll probably believe it when I start getting like packages in the mail from people. She'll be like, what? You didn't fake this. So that's my goals. Squad goals. Also, take your meds, drink water, clock in for your fucking shift, do the things.
Request for protection report at that time. But for today's purposes, I'm going to hope that, having aired these issues and both parties have heard fully what the other party's concerns are, that will be enough to have everybody take a step back and try to deal with this in a way that's a little different than how it happened this spring. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And I'll sign an order dismissing it. And
that's why you also get a lawyer, guys, remember, right? Like, just 2-on-2 might not have gone that way, without that lawyer just being like, no, SmackDown, no, SmackDown, 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 SmackDown. Sylvia Rizzo is here from Nova Scotia. I am cooking burgers a la kitchen, which is a specialty of mine. Melissa's here from Australia. Am I right about that, Melissa? I think that's right. So welcome. I am cooking burgers, 1 cheese, 1 without. You can choose. And we've got homemade wedges coming. You know what happens? I was right. That's right. Dinner or daylight. I don't know if I've got it. I will look in a moment. I have to get into a zone right before I go live, and I'm like, can't start new stuff. Even though I did film a little mini thing, but that's not the point. The point is, who hates their HOA? Are you guys in an HOA? We don't have. Our next hearing is going to be, I don't know what I would call it. Wait, I'm going to review my list. Okay, yeah, that's right. So, we have coming up, let me just pull the curtain for a moment as I get the next hearing ready. Oh my gosh. Okay. So some of you may have already caught the video on my channel. I posted a preview, let's call it. And honestly, Judge Dude gave this guy some props. I don't know if it would ruin, well, some of you have already seen it, some of you haven't. Regardless, I'm going to give a trigger warning right ahead of time. This is a temporary protective order hearing. It's not happening in Washington, though. So instead of being to do with like yuppies that are finally realizing that their yoga class is actually, in fact, a pyramid scheme and they don't want any neighbors near them. These are from Georgia and they're about real shit. Most of them are about domestic violence. And so I want to make it very abundantly clear that your mental health is most important. So if it doesn't behoove you to watch these types of things, then don't watch them. But if you are like me and you love the drama and you want to hear all the details, that is what we were doing tonight. And I'm going to tell you right now, man brought receipts with him, but I'm not sure. I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing while I was recording it, so I'm gonna have to make a decision at this point. Lucy, I bet you got some good channels. I have good ones too, but okay.
That's
So
not
we
how the
have Judge
process
Dude,
works. By the same
who,
token,
by the way, I just want to say I got an email from Judge Dude. He happens to be not only a watcher but a member, and he watched my recent makeup tutorial video. That's where he got this look from. Okay, that is the look that Judge Dude is going. Oh yeah, Buckley, yoga is a pyramid scheme. I'll talk about that later. Write that down, somebody else. Okay, let's just get this started and you'll see. Also, this one I went regular speed, then I realized, oh shit, I'm gonna have to speed up because they'll delete. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Just give me 1 second, actually, because then I remembered something else. Because then I had the good fortune of, yes, I did. Okay, I don't even
clear
want to talk about this, but
the
what happened is this. On certain nights, the assistant goes home early, okay? Not early, but this is late for the East Coast. And I don't even want to talk about it, but sometimes she doesn't delete them, okay? That's what sometimes are good days for me. Good days. Anyways, he got his makeup tutorial for me. Obviously, I'm kidding about that. You guys are hilarious. But I like to think that he is not only a watcher, but a member and throws up the beef sometimes, right?
one cannot interrupt to ask questions. That's not how the process works. By the same token, use your best judgment to decide whether you think you're going to get the answer you want from someone, because they're going to tell the version of the events that they experienced. And if it's one that you already know doesn't agree with yours, then you're probably going to just be asking questions that you don't like the answers to. And oftentimes that's better handled through giving your own testimony. The last advisement I want to give one last time is that for anybody who has criminal charges pending relating to the other party, understand that there is a risk involved in testifying or having a hearing, because you may give testimony that can be used against you in other proceedings. That could be direct evidence. In other words, you admit certain things that are helpful in a criminal case against you. It could be impeachment evidence if your testimony is inconsistent. But in either event, or it could simply box you into a story or a defense that maybe you wouldn't have been inclined to assert as your first choice down the road. So with all of those advisements given, and understanding that the parties have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, ma'am, we're going to start with you, and I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear any statements you make today will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Miranda Johnson.
All right, Miss Johnson. Give me one moment here because I had your paperwork pulled up. Now I've lost it. All right, so you filed this petition in May. And here we go. All right, so you filed this petition in May, and the respondent, to the best of your knowledge, is a DeKalb County resident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in your petition, you outlined some events that led to him being arrested and taken to the Gwinnett County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was he charged with in that incident?
Um, he was charged with domestic violence, cruelty to children, aggravated assault. It was other charges I don't remember. Aggravated stalking and some other things.
Do you know what the aggravated stalking was in relation, like what court order the aggravated stalking was in relation to?
Because he broke in my home.
All right. So tell me what happened during that incident.
Well, he broke into, it was in the middle of the night. He broke into my home. I heard, because I had a stick in the window, I heard something fall. And so I checked the camera and it was him coming through the window. So I called 911. He proceeded, he came upstairs and he broke through the door. And I was on the phone with the cops telling them that he was trying to take my kids because that's what he was trying to do. He was yelling and just, trying to hold the kids, and they were scared. My daughter was scared. He was asking her questions, and then he, as I'm talking to the cops, he went downstairs. I heard him fumbling through the kitchen, but I only have one knife in my house, so I hid that. I don't know. I felt like he was trying to find the knife. There's nothing else you can go in the kitchen for. He's already put a knife to me before. So the officer told me to go in a room where he can't come through a door and lock it. And when he came upstairs, he was just yelling and screaming. And I have that on video. That's what the cops seen and heard. And that's what happened that day. I locked us in the room though, so he couldn't get through. But when the cops came, he was already gone.
Okay. But you just were told by the police afterwards or by somebody afterwards that he was arrested?
No, I was on the phone with the cops. I'm not sure what you're asking.
He was arrested on May 10th, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you said he had gone, he still got picked up by the police close to that time.
Yeah, because I guess they were still looking for him because he called my phone saying he was hurt and stuff like that. And I guess they heard him around, so they went looking for him, and they found him.
Okay. Has he been arrested for doing other things to you in the past?
Yes.
Like in the fairly recent past? When was the last time before this one?
I'm not sure. The last time they couldn't find him, he was on the run for them, and so they couldn't find him, but they were looking for him. And 2 weeks prior to this, he beat me up really bad, which I put those evidence in. And as I was holding my child, he scratched my child's face, and he was choking me. And he grabbed my son out of my hand. He grabbed my son out of my arms and was holding him by one arm as he still proceeded to choke me. But I kicked him off. I got him off of me, and he was, still continued to try to hold me hostage in my home, and was just, trying to just talking really bad to me in front of my kids. And I got outside when he wasn't looking. I ran out the back door and I stood in the middle of the road and I just told him to just leave, and he wouldn't leave. I was threatening him to, because he took my phone and everything. He took my phone. He can show you on his stomach that he has a bite mark from me because he was trying to take my phone.
Is this around late April, early May?
Yes.
Okay. Were you two ever married?
No.
Had you ever lived together?
Yes, in the past. He
Okay,
moved
but
out.
not at the time that this happened, but previously.
Yes.
And then do you two have two children together, a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old?
We have 3 kids together. She's 6. My other one is he's 3, and my baby is 10 months.
Okay. I think we had one got cut off on the paperwork. And so,
But recently we were trying to work things out, but it didn't work out because he figured out that I was talking to someone else, and that made him crazier.
all right. Mr. Matthews, I'm going to turn to you. Do you have any questions for this witness that you believe would be relevant to this proceeding?
Yeah, just a few.
I'm sorry?
I said just a couple. Yes, I do.
Okay, what is your first question?
In her statement, she states that in her statement that I received that I was heard, where she said I held her hostage and I held her against her will in the house for days. Right now, when she testified, she said I was trying to hold her hostage. I want to know, did I hold you hostage, or did I try to hold you hostage?
Okay.
You
Did you
you
feel
held me
like
hostage.
For days? Is what I'm-
how long would you say, ma'am?
He held me hostage for days because once I did get out, he begged and pleaded for me to come back. I did come back in the house, and he wouldn't let me leave then. He will always be watching me, and he has threatened me, and he's begged and pled, but he takes my phone all the time. He watched the doors all the time. I can get my daughter, and she would tell you this.
All right, what's your next question, sir?
So I didn't live. I didn't. I gotta ask. I'm asking you, or I'm asking her only. I'm asking you.
I'm kind of your go-between, so to speak, because a lot of times when people represent themselves, they
No
ask
problem.
questions that are outside the scope of the hearing. So I guess the best way to put it is I'm kind of vetting the question, and then if I need to rephrase something because it might be inadmissible or change something, then I can always reword the question too. So what's your next question?
Oh, so I didn't live with you during this time. I wasn't living there.
We were working things out. You wasn't living with me, and you were in a hotel.
How long was I in the hotel?
I don't know.
Okay. 1 second. Oh, okay, so I got a question. Am I asking her questions based on what she just said now, or can I ask questions?
As usual, they don't want actual questions. The dinner has been delivered, drink orders coming now. Those were especially delicious burgers that you saw being created, as well as homemade potato wedges. If you'd like some, please let me know. You can always leave a comment. I might be able to mail drop them one day by drone.
About statements she wrote as well.
I mean, if you think it's relevant to the case, then you can, to the decision that I have to make, then you can ask about either her petition that she filed or about what she's testified to.
And after this, I'll be allowed to speak on my side of the story.
So so this feels a little bit backwards, but the way that this has to work is everything you're doing right now has to be questions directed toward her. The chance for you to make your own statement comes later.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Wait. So can you ask her, or would she say that she was the one that was trying to get? Was she trying to get out of the situation with me?
When you say the situation, are you referring to the relationship or the part where she says she was captive or something else?
Both. That's a great question. I want to know.
Okay. So when would you say that you two started trying to work things out, as you put it, ma'am?
We started trying to work things out again around Christmas time because beat me up a little bit before then. And what was the other question?
Okay, and so in
And yes,
relation-
I've been trying to get out of this relationship. I only have kids with him. I was trying to work it out for my family, for the sake of my family, but that hasn't worked. So yes, I've been trying to get out of this relationship. I have those messages stating that I put in for evidence that I've been trying to get out of this. It's nothing else, it's nothing more. So yes, I've been trying to get out.
I just want to know when. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt?
so as far as trying to leave, like you said that he took your phone to prevent you from leaving. Did he do anything physically?
Yes,
What else?
he's taking my keys, he's taking my phone. And when he did give those things back, I called my mom immediately.
All right. What's your next question, sir?
Okay. She's. How long would you say that my children have actually lived with me? How long would you say that we actually lived together and not tied in a relationship with our
I don't
children?
know.
I don't think that's a relevant question. I did want to ask, when was the last time, ma'am, that you would say you lived with him?
Right.
If you could estimate like a month or year or whatever it may be.
It's been on and off. But recently we had he was staying with his sister and he's staying in a hotel. Like I said, in December we tried to work things out again, but in this midst it's been the same thing. So I mean I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Are any of my kids legitimized?
Ma'am, do you know if he's legitimated any of the children you named earlier?
My son and my daughter, I mean both of my sons are not legitimized. My daughter is legitimized. We had a temporary order, but that temporary order got cut off a couple years ago. I don't know.
All right. Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Johnson, did you have any other witnesses you intended to call today?
Just my sister and my mother.
All right, were they witness to some of the acts that you've described today?
Yes, and they've all also have been attacked by him as well.
Okay, let me see. Let me see what I have here. I identified at least one of them.
It's Ariella Ladabedier and Lakeisha Reed.
All right, ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Thank you. We're gonna have a few questions to briefly ask you here. I would ask if you would please raise your right hand for me.
So before we continue, I'm gonna dip off the screen for in just a moment. Look at how good I did here. I cooked and I cleaned up right afterwards. Billy, we don't know yet. This is sort of the hard part about watching real court and trying to determine what's going on. We have as much information. Well, the judge probably has more information than we have, but it's hard to assess these different things and determine who is telling the truth and who isn't. And obviously that's why the judges get paid the big bucks and we just get to laugh about it. But one of the things that I think you can pay attention to is the manner in which the judge is holding himself and handling both of these participants. Obviously, we have to keep in mind there's no other lawyer here, just the judge, who's a lawyer. But then we have an in custody person a petitioner who, again, I wonder why DeKalb County, Georgia doesn't have pro bono people working with all of their clients and only some of them. It's very upsetting sometimes because what is the main rule when you go to court? Get a lawyer, then shut up. That's the best way to do it. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll dip off the screen here for a moment. This, I believe, is his sister coming. So, you know, you got to take that kind of testimony with a grain of salt as well. Do you think that people, when they take an oath, do you think it actually matters? That's my question. Or do you think that people take the oath willy-nilly silly? That's a good question. Anyways, let's continue on. I'm not talking about him having a lawyer. I'm talking about her having representation as a petitioner in the hearing. Like, we know, I've seen different counties where there is a dedicated prosecutor who handles petitions like these. And she asked like 4 questions of the people. It may be her sister. His sister testifies at one point, but honestly, like, I remember, I think it was Dallas. Maybe it was just during the pandemic, but I'll tell you something. They that district attorney or prosecutor, whatever she was, had it really down pat. And she literally would have to ask maybe 3 or 4 questions. Like, is everything that you put in the petition correct? Yes. Do you still fear for your life as per the reasons that were put down in the petition? Yes. And like very, very, very succinct into the fact. And oftentimes these were unopposed TPO hearings, but sometimes they were opposed, and she was there as what I think is the good guy in a sense. Like, and I sort of think that's somewhere where you want money going. I don't know why that's not happening all the time, but to me, it would be a really good thing to spend tax dollars on to help victims and people that might be victims access the justice system easier. So I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Let's continue. We'll see what's going on.
Do you swear any
I might
statements
go
you
on the
make will be
porch.
truth under penalty of perjury?
And hi, Prissy. I hope you're doing well, friend. I hope everybody's doing well. I love you all, and I'm so happy that we're all a little family. So sound off in the chat and help each other. I know we all do. I love y'all.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Lakeisha Reed.
All right, Miss Reed, what can you tell us about any information you have firsthand? That means seeing or hearing certain acts as opposed to being told about them, regarding any acts of violence, threats of violence, stalking, property damage, trespassing, any criminal activity of those types of natures that involve Ms. Johnson and Mr. Matthews.
For the past, I guess they're gonna get 7 or 8 years. I've witnessed Travis push Sharanda, get crazy.
Okay, my apologies. This is her sister. I was totally zooming ahead to the end. This is a long one, guys. This is her sister or her witness. My apologies.
In the house. This happened like maybe some months ago, where the police were called out to the home where he got arrested before, where he held her hostage in the home, and then I was called because she got away by going to a neighbor house. And when I got there, Travis was just going crazy, and I taped him on my phone. Just started throwing stuff around. I saw damage in the apartment. She had blood on her shirt. She had marks on her neck. She had bruises on her back. And I told her then, this need to stop. You know, you can't be with somebody that's going to hurt you and physically, mentally, or whatever. And the last time when he broke in, I came and she called me. And she had scratches on her face, scratches on her neck. And the baby got a scratch on his face when Travis tried to grab him from her. I think that this is just a dangerous and not safe situation for my grandkids and my daughter. And he says that he's going to stop and he's going to change, but that never stops. This been going on too long. And I fear for her life and my grandkids' life. And then at the apartment, he hit me and knocked me into the door. So they have charges for him for that also. And he
Was that
fought
in
my
Gwinnett
daughter.
County or was that somewhere else?
It's in Gwinnett County. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sir, do you have any other questions for this witness?
I do.
We will see how she does under cross from him, if we can call that. But I have to tell you, I don't think I saw this earlier. This is incredibly credible testimony to me. It just strikes me as true. You can, maybe I just feel full of myself, but I have a very keen ability to hear when people are lying in their voice. And it's just an automatic thing sometimes now. And when I listen to court, sometimes I'll be like, oh, that person's absolutely lying. And then I'll go and investigate further because I can just hear it in the voice,
First question is, you said I hit you. How can you explain how I hit you?
You knocked me into the door. Yeah. Well, yeah, you hit me because you came at me with your force and you knocked me into the door. Yes.
I knocked you into the door, but I closed it.
No, you knocked me into the door.
I physically pushed you into the door.
You physically touched me and tried to hurt me. Yes. Yes, sir.
Have your daughter ever, in our time of dating, has she ever shown any signs of violence on her end?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear
No.
that question.
I asked her, in the time of me and her daughter dating, has she ever seen any violence on her daughter's end?
The only time I seen my daughter do something is when you knocked me into that door, my daughter hit you. My daughter and my other daughter tried to get you off of me and they started hitting you. So that's the only violent thing I ever saw my daughter do to you. Yes, sir.
Have you ever witnessed your daughter attack me with a metal bat before in that same apartment?
Yeah, when you knocked me to the door and you were on me, she hit you, yes. Yeah.
You saying your daughter attacked me with the metal bat when we was inside?
I'm saying when you came to me and knocked me into that door and hit me, my daughters came to protect me from you.
I'm sorry. Maybe you can answer for me. I'm asking, can she give the story of when she witnessed her daughter attack me with a metal bat? She said she did.
Why you were attacking me? See, you're not. I answered the question.
She's given a pretty clear answer, which is her daughter came to her defense when you attacked the witness. That is her explanation. Yes.
I'm just trying to get on. I'm trying
to use a bat against you, and she did it after she was hurt herself.
Yeah, she's saying this happened inside the home. That's what I'm just trying to get a clear understanding.
It was inside the apartment that y'all used to live in that you caused $8,000 worth of damage for holding her hostage. That's on her credit right now. Yes.
Okay. And you said I broke into that home as well, like I didn't live there?
No, I did not say that, sir. I didn't say you broke into that home. I say you broke into the home that's in La Crosse at 5 something in the morning because I got a call. I was on the phone with her while she was on the phone talking to the cops on the other phone. So, yeah.
And you could verify that I didn't live there as well? I didn't live in that home?
No, you wasn't living there then. No.
Have you, how many times have you actually came to the home to visit?
Came to Sharanda home to visit. Every time it's a problem.
I don't want to get us too far off course here, but what's the relevance of whether you were living there at that time or not?
I'm just getting questions I need for when it's my turn to speak. That's all.
Okay, but what? Because sometimes if there's something I need to be looking for that I don't know about, it helps me to ask. So what difference do you think it makes if you were living there at the time or not?
It makes a difference.
Just in terms of whether you did or didn't break in?
Correct.
Understood. Okay, carry on.
My question is, she's explained that she put charges on me. Do you know when you put those charges on me?
No, I have to look back into my phone for the video and the date.
Would you say it was in 2022?
I gotta look. I'm not finna answer no questions that I don't have the answer to, and I don't want to incriminate myself because there is another case. So I want to get my stuff right too. So I can't tell you the date right now. I have to look for it.
So what I'm going to ask you to do, tell you to do, is to use your best good faith estimate. So when he asks you that question, there's probably a general number that pops in your head. It might be early 2022, or it might be around Christmas, or whatever that is.
It might be, oh Lord, it might be 2022. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have to look for the video.
I'm sure.
That's fine. That's fine for our purposes, just so we have a general frame of reference that we're all talking about the same stuff.
Right.
Well, the case that she's referring to, I do have knowledge of it. It was in January 2022. So my next question is, since then, how many times would you say that you've actually been in my presence on a positive note without any violence, that you've been in my presence, we've been around each other on a positive note?
We've been around each other on a positive note.
Did you have
but you can always, we've been around each other on a positive note. Yes, you've been positive at times. Yes.
But the protective order stated that we weren't supposed to be with each other.
Excuse me?
Do you know what the protective order stated that was put against you?
I can't understand what he's saying.
Are you asking whose protective order are you asking about?
She had a protective. In my protective order, it stated that me and the mother as well couldn't be around each other.
Well, she can't speak to somebody else's
profile. Okay.
Because that's not something she put down. Go ahead.
My last question for the witness is, were you present just recently at my talent search party?
Yeah.
Present at what?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did go to a talent party. Yes.
And it was the talent search party was controlled by me, correct?
Oh, definitely.
Can you tell me what you were doing at the talent search party?
I was in the kitchen with your mom and Sharanda and the little kids, and they were doing the food and the drinks. Yeah.
Were you a vendor selling your own products there?
Yes, soap.
Okay. That's all the questions I had.
Okay.
All right, ma'am, we're going to place you back in the waiting room and you're free to log off. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I don't see your other witness at the moment, but we can reserve your right to call them as a rebuttal witness if needed. So this would be the portion of the case, Mr. Matthews, where if you wish to testify, you'd be able to testify, understanding that the statements you make can be used against you both in civil and criminal cases. What is your wish for today?
I was testifying.
All right, raise your right hand for me as best you can, please. Do you swear any statements you make to the court today will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. What would you like to tell us today?
First, before I get to talking, is any of my, do I have any witnesses present at the moment?
What would their names be?
Jamila, Pearl, or, sister-in-law, Ava, probably be under a leave.
So I do have a Jamelia and a Pearl, and I do see, you say Aurelia?
Ava, no, that's, her sister. My witnesses are Pearl and Jamila.
Okay, so I see both of them.
Can we join them in?
Well, no, because they're not allowed to hear testimony from other parties. Like the way that I brought that witness in one at a time, the only time that they're in the room is when it's their turn to testify.
Okay,
So
evidence.
if you want to call one of them first, we can call one of them first before you give your statement, but they still come in one at a time. Would you like to start with one of them?
We start with Jamila.
All right, ma'am, we're going to ask you to unmute and turn your camera on for me if you can.
Yes, sir.
All right. Once
Once
stopped in a safe
back in a
place.
safe
we get a bit of
place, we get a bit of echo.
So once you're there, we're going to get you sworn in.
Hello?
All right, can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, your audio had frozen up on me for a second, but it could definitely be my connection. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear any statements you make will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down. Are you stopped or able to get stopped?
Yeah, Jamila, can you pull over?
I'm in the middle of like standstill traffic on I-20.
All right,
I
we'll
can't
place you
even
back
get
in
over
the.
to the next lane.
All right, we'll place you back in the waiting room. We'll circle back. All right, would you like, did you say Pearl was your other witness? All right, Miss Muldrow.
We're gonna need you to stop your
Video and
video and
audio.
audio.
Okay,
Can you please raise your right hand for me? You swear any statements you make today will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes, I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. All right. We're here today for a protective order hearing involving Ms. Johnson and Mr. Matthews. What can you tell us about any issues you know of in their relationship, any violence, acts of violence, threats of violence, property damage, et cetera, that you've observed between the parties?
I haven't observed any of that.
All right. Mr. Matthews, do you have questions you want to ask her?
Yes. Can you tell me what you observed the night of my talent search party? Who was there and what you guys were doing?
The talent search party, we all were there as a family. Lachey, her mother, her sisters, a friend of mine's. I was a food vendor. Her mother was also a vendor. Her mother and her sister, they were vendors as well.
Okay. And what would you say? You seen me come in and out of that room? Have you seen me come in and out of that room?
Several times you came in, but most of the time you were up front handling your business.
And what would you say the energy was between all of us, surrounding family and others?
I thought everything was fine. It felt like a family environment. We were all working together. I didn't feel any tension or anything in the room. Everything was fine to me.
In your time of observing me and Sharonda's relationship, would you say that she has done mean and vindictive and evil things to keep my children from me?
I think she has done things to keep.
Objection, speculation, assumes facts not in evidence, not an expert witness. Like all of the objections, again, this is where like the judge is in a bit of a hard spot because he has to let this pro se litigant sort of get this out. But on the other hand, this is again why I'm like, why don't these people have lawyers with them as a petitioner by standard? Because this is objectionable. Relevance, maybe? I mean, seriously. What does it matter what she thinks about that? Maybe I'm wrong. Also, hi, Mikey. Hi, baby. Did you have a live chase earlier? Was it like one of those quick draws? Over before you know it. You guys, if you are new here, you know my featured channel on my page or my channels thing has all my creating buddies, and Credence and Mikey is one of my faves. I got almost nothing done today because I was literally over there being mouthy, and I love it. She's a firsthand witness, but I'm talking about this question specifically. Does she, because if we rewind, the question is, do you think it's manipulative what she's done to keep my children from me? He's trying to get a dig in. He doesn't need to do it. And a lawyer could object, in my opinion. Let's see if I'm wrong about that. I don't disagree that she might have some pertinent information for the judge to hear about. I'm saying this particular line of questioning, I think, is objectionable.
In your time of observing me and Sharonda's relationship, would you say that she has done mean and vindictive and evil things to keep my children from me?
I think she has done things to keep the children away from you. Yes, I do.
How would you describe me and Sharonda's relationship when we were in your presence?
When you're in my presence, I mean, I haven't witnessed anything as far as, any violent activity. Most of the time when we're all together, it's a family environment. So we're just, doing things that families do, parties, dinner, cooking together on Zoom, that's recorded as well.
Excuse me, I missed that earlier. That's my thing, lady. Cooking together on Zoom. I feel a little bit seen right now.
Your events, we're always there present. So,
Well, what's your relationship as far as the grandmother with my kids?
I think I have a good relationship with them when I'm able to communicate with them. Unfortunately, whenever you and Sharonda go through your things, I'm not able to speak to the kids or see them like I would like.
Since I've been incarcerated, have you tried to reach out to Sharonda regarding the kids?
This is outside the scope of this hearing. We're here to determine whether things have happened, and to be quite frank, as positive of a thing as it typically is, Georgia is not a state that recognizes grandparent rights. So the relationship that Miss Muldrow might have with your children is barely even a family court matter, but it's definitely outside the scope of today's hearing. So do you have other questions relevant to the allegations in the petition that have been discussed?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't know what the allegations are. Am I allowed to know what the allegations are?
Well, there have been allegations of violence related to the criminal charges that landed Mr. Matthews in custody, among other things. So charges like aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and battery are the types of things that we're here to discuss today.
Okay, no problem. When I found out as well as you, when I found out that Sharanda was in another relationship with a friend of mine, to your knowledge, what did I do after that?
You left the house, you stayed in a hotel for a couple of days, then I believe you brought the kids back, and then you stayed with your sister, and then you came and stayed with me and your other sister.
And I was with you up until the day I got incarcerated?
That is correct.
And the times that Sharanda has been around you, has she ever told you that I held her captive of any site, any kind?
That's never been told to me, never brought to my attention.
And has she talked to you before about things that I've done to her?
No, she hasn't talked to me. She may have talked to someone else, but she hasn't spoke to me.
Did she speak to you? You gave me a call when before the police arrested me. How did you find out that I was being chased by the police?
Oh, because I reached out to her.
Okay.
Well, let me not say that. She actually reached out to me and I was asleep. I didn't know it. And she asked me to ask you to leave the house. At that point, I went to check to see if you was here. And then I called you. And then I had to call her. And that's how I found out that you had been arrested.
Okay. And when she contacted you, did she mention anything about me choking her and scratching my son's face? Anything like that?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. You have anything else to say?
All
For
right.
me? Oh,
Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
No, Travis, do you not have an attorney?
I don't.
This is a civil proceeding, so this is separate from his criminal proceeding. We talk about some of the same stuff, but things like access to attorneys and how the hearing is handled are different than they are in a criminal setting. So we brought him to the DeKalb jail to be able to do the hearing. So we thank you for your time today. I don't know that I have any follow-up questions I think I need to ask at this point. So we're going to place you back in the waiting room. We're going to see if we can get Miss Davis back on, and we will go from there.
All right.
Hilarious. Like, way to ask after the
If
point.
if I think of some more questions to ask the witness, are we able to bring her back on?
That's going to depend. I mean, it's you've been pretty thorough, and you're asking general questions about things that she did or didn't experience in some of these cases. It's not.
No, it would only
How probative it is or isn't is kind of dubious, but so we can explore that if we need to. Miss Davis, if you're able to get your camera back on, let us know if you're in a safe location.
Yes, I would just let you know I was getting off an exit for me to be able to park up for you guys. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah, your voice actually is coming through much clearer now, so that's good.
Yeah, you're currently, sorry,
I'm pulling over.
ma'am, you're literally breaking the law in front of the judge. This video is like what not to do in Zoom court. Shows up without lawyer. What did the girl do earlier? Without a lawyer, interrupted, chin, snarky face, all the shit I get in trouble for. All the reasons why I can't be a real lawyer. I have to pretend like I know something on YouTube. No, I don't pretend. I do know something, but I don't pretend to be a lawyer. I was careful there. I'm not doing that. Absolutely not even allegedly doing that. Not even allegedly, in my opinion.
Over right at this moment. I just gotta get off this exit.
All right, let us know when you're stopped and then we will pick up from there.
Sir.
If they're going to be things that are essentially yours, you would be the one to identify.
Yes, we have a judge.
Okay. So for those exhibits, depending on what they are, if they're going to be things that are essentially yours, you would be the one to identify and authenticate them. If they're things that belong to other people, then you would need to ask those people about them.
Okay.
So for now, we have Ms. Davis here, and you can go ahead and ask her the questions you wish to ask her as she's getting stopped.
Before I ask the question, Camilla, do you want to give your take on what? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we go through the same thing with each witness. What did you ask him to say before I started asking the question?
I'm sorry, what? You've lost me here. What are you asking?
Before I ask the witness questions, you asked them to state something before I started asking the questions. I just wanted to make sure we didn't skip out.
Oh, I think I swore her in the first time before we had to put her back in
Yes,
the waiting
sir.
room. She's already sworn to tell the truth.
Okay, no problem.
All right, she appears to be stopped from the look of the window, so you can go ahead with your questions.
Okay. Camilla, my
I'm
first.
still stuck at an exit, but I am at a
All right, well, and so we will continue to wait. So
I'm fully capable of answering the question,
well, not legally.
if that's okay with you.
No, because that
Oh,
would
I'm
make
in
me an
I
accessory to
wouldn't
a
have even
crime
known.
at that point. So,
Sorry.
all right, now we're losing our audio again.
Shit show. This is hilarious. We'll fast forward a little bit in a minute here, but um again, literally a lesson book on what not to do. You would be better off without a witness.
Yes, I believe it.
Testify. So, is that what you would like to? We'll try a third time later, but I think what we're left with at this point is if you intend to testify, this would be the time to testify. So, is that what you would like to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have I sworn you in?
Yes, I believe it again, though.
Okay. So if there are exhibits you need to reference, please let the clerk know, and the clerk will pull them up and screen share so that everyone can see them, including me. And
Now,
we will go from there.
if you could help me with this. When they submitted the evidence, they submitted it the way you guys told me as respondent A, B, C, D. While I'm giving my testimony, I wouldn't exactly know what what the evidence that I want to pull. I wouldn't exactly know what they labeled it, A, B, or C, or D. Because
Well, we're just going to pull things up, and then you can explain what it is as we go.
that's perfectly fine. I'd rather do that.
All right, Miss Alsop, are you able to?
Oh, I don't know. Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. Look, hold on. Let's just look at these documents here. No, let's not look carefully, but please don't be anything Larry should be taking care of. That's crazy. Sylvia, it would be, I think, approximately like $500 and 3 days lead time to get me to the East Coast. Honestly, if you're paying for the flight, I really just need 1 day lead time. And I'll cook in your house. That's a new hustle. There we go. Also, if you're new here, normally Larry Beaver handles things like this. Let's get him out here just in case we need that. Larry Beaver. Larry Beaver to the front, please. Larry Beaver to the front.
This is labeled A. Evidence A.
Okay, and so what are you introducing this text message notification to show?
I can't see it. All right,
It's text messages that show money being sent through Cash App, I'm assuming to you. Are these text messages you received?
text messages. So is it a text message or a Cash App receipt?
Well, it is a text message from Cash App that says various people, including the petitioner, sent you money.
Okay, no problem.
And so what is this being introduced for?
This is being introduced because she it's all based on her saying that she was the one that's been trying to get away from the relationship, and I kept pursuing her, and everything that I'm showing is proof that she was not trying to get out of the relationship. I was actually the one trying to get out of the situation, and this is a lie. And this is one of the things she sent in February.
Oh my God. Where is it? Where is it? Does anybody know what I'm looking for? Looking for, looking for. Does anybody know what I'm looking for? Looking for, looking for. It's something I've posted before. I'll give you points if you get it right. I'm looking for a little meme tonight. It's the Uno reverse. Uno reverse. Uno reverse. I can't find it. I swear to God, I've had an Uno reverse card before. Uno reverse. He's pulling Uno reverse. Oh, damn it. I need an Uno reverse that's made into an emoji. I want that. Sashina, if you can do that. I don't know how to do it.
2023. This is the time where she claimed that we was on bad terms. I wasn't living there, and basically I was beating the crap out of her. In February 2023, she cashed out me $3,000 from her tax return because she felt I deserved it for being a father to my children and raising my children along with her. I let her claim all the kids. I let her claim all the children, so she cashed out me. She sent me $3,000 from her cash app to me from her tax returns. That was in February 2023, not too long ago. I'm gonna go through what I have to say, and then can we do the evidence after I'm finished talking? Is that fine?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Is that fine? I want to make it as easy as possible. I'm sorry.
If there's a way, if you have a roadmap in your head, then the quickest way to get through is probably to follow the map you have. Okay. So we'll go with that.
All right, let's do it. Your Honor, first I would like to say thank you for allowing me to tell my side of the story and giving me a fair hearing so I do not lose my wonderful relationship I have with my.
Okay, here we go for the real. No, I got it, Donna. Thank you. I remembered because I went into the freezer. I got my Coke out. I appreciate you thinking of it though. You know what's funny is when I make a reminder like that out loud, I tend not to forget it myself. It's anyways. So here we absolutely go, right? He is written up his own little manifesto here, and just this is a 5150 or a Sov City, I guess. No, that's a 333 now. But anyways, regardless. Just be prepared to hear his side of the story in a way that he thinks comes across really well, but I don't know. And this is as good the audio I can get. I downloaded this directly from the court. It is a source document and file, which means none of it In fact, none is my fault. It's all the fault of the Judiciary Committee of DeKalb County, Georgia, and their IT department. But seriously, I don't blame you guys. Please do not get mad at me. $51.50 means a psychiatric hold, usually, like a 72-hour hold. It's called different things in different areas, but $51.50. Well, he's standing far away from the microphone that's probably picking up a wide thing, and it's probably a shitty laptop, and it's probably even behind glass or a plastic container as well, Sylvia, just for jail protocol. They just don't care about the audio. They're like, no, put it in a box, lock the box, drill 3 holes in the box, and make him stand 10 feet away from it in a giant room with absolutely no soundproofing materials, and in fact be echoey. Hi, Basement Gardener. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I'm wearing a summery outfit today, and I've already done my cooking. Yeah, and you know what? I saw somebody say earlier about corrections officers. You're gonna have to argue with me on that one because my dad was a corrections officer in a juvenile facility, and he would be one of the good ones, I would argue, working really hard to try and help kids in difficult situations. It's a different position to be in. The legal department is one thing, but support supervision is a totally different thing, and there's different methods to that madness. I'm still hoping to have him on the show in the summer. Anyways, let's keep going. Yeah. I love you guys. This is not Cobb County. This is DeKalb County, which is contiguous to Fulton County, which means it touches. They touch all the time. I don't know why I have to make everything weird.
Today I'm going to run through every incident that she claimed took place, and I'm gonna break down every single lie that she's told to the court today. I'm going to provide evidence to support everything I have to say here today, and I'm going to provide you with a timeline to support what I have to say. The petitioner states on May 10th, according to what I'm reading, sir, according to what was given to me, the petitioner states on May 10th, 2023, he beat me up while my son was in my arms because I was trying to leave the situation. He took my phone and he held me inside my home for days. 2 weeks later, he broke into my home at 5 a.m. trying to take my kids and look around in my home, kicking in my door. Your Honor, I've been incarcerated in Gwinnett County Jail since May 10th. So first, there will be absolutely no way possible that I did any of these things to her if I've been in jail, if I've been incarcerated since May 10th, and I haven't been released since then. On the day that I was arrested on May 10th, 2023, I was only arrested for warrants that I had since January 2022. I never received any new charges on that day. I was never charged with any of the ridiculous allegations that Sharanda has reported to the police. That Sharanda has reported today. Sharanda never reported any of this to the police when she spoke to them, nor did they find any signs of abuse on that day. Because according to her, I should have been charged with kidnapping and aggravated assault all over again. She made up a fabricated story in order for me to lose rights to my children. We both have lived in a home together for nearly a year and a half. Before that, we lived together literally almost our entire relationship, if I'm being honest. And that's over 8 years. But we definitely lived together in this home. So there's no possible way that I broke into any home. I was receiving mail there and I was staying there. Again, I never kicked in any doors. That would mean in her statement, when she just testified, she said I broke into the window. She said, Your Honor, when she just testified here today, she said I broke into the window. But in her statement that she gave, I'm reading it right here. She said that I kicked in the door. Mm-hmm. Which one is it? I broke into the window or I kicked in the door? The front door or the back door? because she's saying I kicked in the door to get in the house. What, according to her testify, she said I came in through, I got into a window. So again, I would like to have, and if I did that, at that time, I would have been charged with property damage. And I'm sorry if I'm yelling, I'm just not sure if you're hearing me.
No, you're coming through clear.
Okay, thank you. This is something else that the petitioner has never reported to the police because it never happened. She never reported that I actually kicked in the front door or the back door because it simply never happened. Like I said, I would have been charged with property damage if that was the case. But let's say, for argument's sake, that she got her dates mixed up and she actually it took place 2 weeks prior to May 10th. So she states that 2 weeks later, I did these things. So I would like to give my timeline of what was going on before even May 10th. She states that she was the one trying to get away from the situation, and I held her in a home against her will for days. That is a lie. What happened was I found messages in her phone of her cheating on me with a close friend and business partner of mine. That's one of the pieces of evidence that's submitted. After I packed a few of my things and my kids' clothes, I decided to leave the house. Just like my mother stated, I decided to leave the house and end our relationship. No violence whatsoever occurred. I left peacefully. Before I left, we signed a parental agreement together. I know what type of person I'm dealing with, so before I left the house, I said, hey, Shay, let's come up with a parental agreement right now so we can go ahead and get this out of the way so it won't be no back and forth because I already know how she does when it comes to breaking up and it comes to me seeing my children. So I found, I'm sorry. Yes. So before I left, we signed and agreed. We both signed and agreed and dated the parental agreement that we came up with, which stated we basically was going to split the weeks for the kids. After we both signed it, I then booked a room at the restaurant, and I have the parental agreement has been submitted in evidence as well. After we both signed it, I booked the room at the Red Roof Inn for 2 days. For the next 2 days, I took my kids, and this is what a woman who doesn't let me. There's no way in heck I'm leaving with my children unless I'm just all the way in the right. I packed my kids' things. I got my 2 babies, and we went to the Red Roof Inn. We stayed there for 2 days. I then booked the room at the Red Roof for 2 days. Then I took my kids and spent the next 2 days at the hotel. While at the hotel, our first day at the hotel, Sharanda sent me a text message apologizing for cheating and begging me to come back home. I responded with the vomit emoji, meaning I didn't want to hear it. I was disgusted. I submitted that in evidence as well. The next day, I returned and I brought my kids back to the house. My son Legend was extremely sad to see me leave because once I brought my kids back, I spent an hour with my infant because that was in the parental agreement. Anytime I returned the kids and come to pick them up, I would spend an hour with our youngest child. Because he's being breastfed, and I didn't want to take him out of the situation because he's being breastfed. So I spent an hour with my baby. And then my son was crying because he didn't want to see me leave. So I asked her, hey, is it okay if I take Legend for 1 more day? She says, yes, that's fine. So I booked another room at the Red Roof Inn. Mind you, this Red Roof Inn is literally a 2-minute walk away from her used to be current residence in Norfolk. I booked another room at the Red Roof Inn. So I paid for 1 more day room at the Red Roof Inn. That has also been submitted in evidence. Then, just like I promised, the following day, I returned my son back to the house, and I did it again. I spent another additional hour with our infant child. Just like the parental agreement stated. Then I packed some of my things and I left. She states that I took my kids' belongings when I left, things that she paid for. That is another lie. I had no reason to take anything of my kids because I had now returned them to their home. I brought them their clothes back and everything. I only took my things because I was leaving. I called my mother, called my sister, and I asked them, can I come stay with them? I had a situation going on at home, and I needed to get out the house. I left everything there. She states in her statement that I received from Decatur, she states that our children are 5 years old. My daughter is 5 years old, and my son is 1 year old. I have no idea why she lied about our kids' ages, but I'm guessing it's because she don't want them to have to testify. Because just like she said just now, our daughter is about to turn 7 in August. My son Legend is turning 3.5 years old. She states she states in the paperwork that I should be on a drug and alcohol abuse evaluation. Your Honor, I don't even drink. Everyone knows that I hate liquor. I have no criminal record of ever abusing drugs or alcohol in my entire life. I've been in trouble for smoking marijuana since my younger college days. This is more fabricated info that she made up to make it appear that I have some sort of drug problem. She states that my kids only lived with me for maybe 2 years. That's in the statement as well. That is a lie. My kids, I'm sorry. I have been a full-time father to all of my children since their birth, Your Honor. Every single day of their life, I've always lived with them, helping Sharanda raise them along her side every single day of their life. Because she felt I deserved, I already told you about the cash app part, so we're not even gonna go through that. The only reason I returned back to the home on May 10th was because I was simply following the parental agreement that me and her created together. And I was supposed to pick my kids up that day. I wanted to do a regular routine. I was there at early in the morning because my daughter's school is literally in the backyard. I wanted to be able to take my kids to school. First thing I did when I walked in that house, when I came in the house, I seen her at the steps. She immediately ran into the room, and I did not even go in that room. I went to my daughter's room. I went to my daughter's room and woke her up. Hey, baby girl, it's daddy. I want to take you to school. She smiled, like, oh, okay. Then I go into the bedroom. I opened the door. She was on the phone with the police. I simply didn't even acknowledge her. I went straight to my 2 sons who was laying in the bed. I picked up my baby, the newborn infant, and my son Legend. I was trying to wake him up. No violence whatsoever occurred that day. Not one. I didn't touch her. I didn't do absolutely nothing to her. The only reason I returned, okay, I said that already. I was supposed to, okay. After I checked out the hotel, I told you I went back to my mother's house and I stayed up there until the time. I was not even at the house. Yes. Also, all these days that this happening, I'm not even at the house. As soon as I left the house, when I dropped my kids off for the last time, as soon as I left the house, Sharanda hacked into my Instagram account.
Let me pause for just one moment. I've got a call coming in that may be from the court.
What? I think we have had her testimony. This continues on for a little while. How do you guys think he's doing? I posted a poll. We are not at the end yet. His sister is still driving, I believe, or his witness is still driving. I do not know what judge is doing in this moment. Also, good ratio we've got going on here, by the way, guys. Proud of it. Proud of you. Happy, happy, happy. Judge does come quickly back, I remember. I was like, oh man, I hope he didn't actually take a phone call. That would be not good. And I watched, he didn't do anything stupid. I was like, oh, try it, buddy. Try it in open court.
She observed me talking to other women. Sharanda hacked into me, as I was saying.
No. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
All right, I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Matthews. We can pick up where you left off.
As I was saying, as soon as I dropped my kids off, Your Honor, I left the house. Immediately when I left the house, Sharanda hacked into my Instagram accounts, all my social media, as well as my business emails. On my Instagram, she saw me she observed me talking to other women. As soon as she seen that, right after that, she began sending me disturbing and angry messages stating how I would not see my kids anymore, and it was my fault that she cheated. I simply ignored every single message, and I only responded with asking, please let me speak to my children. This is also evidence that I put in. My daughter had her own cell phone, Your Honor, so I had absolutely no reason whatsoever to contact Sharanda's phone. But she took my daughter's phone from her and tried to force me to communicate with her in order to see my kids. Because when I did come there on May 10th, when she said I was asking my kids questions, one of the questions I was asking my daughter was, baby girl,
I'll just be fair. Some of his rings true to me as well. That is not something I would say that a woman is not capable of. It's not a good thing to do. Please don't put your children in the middle of adult situations and disputes. It's absolutely unacceptable and just ridiculous. Like, we've talked about this so many times, but kids get older, they remember, they understand, and they are going to be way more impressed by you not ever having been bad or rude to your ex than the other way around. Believe me, I just know it. And it's hard, but I've managed. Anyways, you can talk to other people about that kind of stuff. Come here and talk to people about it, but don't talk to your children or don't deal with your children with these types of issues. It's not healthy. Anyways, so I believe part of what he's saying is probably true. I sense that there is a long history here of on again, off again relationships that probably was volatile and needs a cooling off period. Personally, that's what I think. But should a party be in jail right now? I'm not sure. And that's not even what we're determining right now. We're actually just determining whether or not there's enough evidence that family violence has occurred in the past and is likely to occur in the future, and therefore a protective order is warranted. That's really all that we're looking at today, or what judge is looking at. Me, I'm looking at my TV. You know how it goes. Okay, let's keep going.
How come you haven't responded to me? I've been calling you and texting you. She looked right at me and said, Mommy took my phone. So I text my daughter and I call her numerous times while at my mother's house, but we never get a response. This is also evidence that I submitted. As you can see from the evidence as you're going to see from the evidence that I submitted, me and my daughter communicated frequently through text, always sending loving messages to each other, even while we were in the same home. That was just something that me and my princess like to do. Sharanda states that none of our kids are legitimized. She stated that in this when they asked, are any of the kids legitimized? She put 0. But today, as well as I know, that one of our kids are legitimized, which is my daughter Lamora. She was legitimized in Fulton County back in 2016. As you can see from as you're going to see from the text messages, the last text messages that me and Sharana shared, it was simply me only being concerned for my kids. I was constantly being ignored. You can see that as well, which I thought was completely unfair because when I did take my children to the hotel.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here because we're more than an hour into this hearing, and the issues about the children are not issues for this court. We have allegations of violence and acts of family violence, which is a broad category of offenses that have happened between the two of you, and that is the only thing that is going to dictate whether this order is granted or denied. And so the issues that you have otherwise need to be litigated in a family court setting, but they are not before this court today, and statements about those are argumentative. Now, you've got a big booklet there that you've been reading from. That's not really what testimony is. So you have a chance to make statements about what's been going on, but this has been bordering on argumentative for quite a while, and I'm sure that some of that is from the preparation that you've put into it. So what else do you have to tell us about the allegations that we've discussed?
Yeah, no problem. On days leading up to May 10th, I'm simply, most of what I said is based on the statement that she gave. On the days leading up to May 10th, because she states that I held her captive. Sharanda left the house numerous times for grocery shopping, picking our daughter up from school, random errands. She even left to go on a doctor's appointment because she told me that she was pregnant, currently pregnant right now with our new baby. I submitted that evidence as well. She sent me pictures of the ultrasound saying that she was pregnant right now. To the doctor, but because another time that she left the house, around the time when she said,
what am I supposed to take from this? Sir, what is the relevance of this testimony?
Because she said that she's telling y'all that I held her captive for days. So I'm breaking down the timeline of the days that she claimed that she was held captive, sir.
Okay.
So that's very much relevant.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, what's your question?
Am I going to be able to show my evidence to prove what I'm saying?
We will review what we need to review as we
Okay.
move through this. So Mr. Matthews, carry on.
Yes, please. And Judge, this is no disrespect towards you. I just would like the same respect that we gave her. I didn't interrupt, and I wasn't allowed to interrupt. So I just want the same type of treatment. That's all. I understand.
She didn't interrupt. She had an appropriate question about how to handle the presentation of the matters before us in this hearing. That's not an interruption. Just like if there was a legal objection, not only would she would be expected to interrupt. If she had a concern that something wasn't going according to proper procedure, that's how you have to express that to the court in real time, or else, for lack of a better way to put it, it kind of doesn't count. It's not subject to appellate review if it's not preserved in some way. So that's a part of the process, but you can carry on.
As I was saying, another time where she claimed that she was held captive, she actually left the house, just randomly decided to pack our kids' things up and just take off. And during that time, she sent me a text wanting me to believe that she took off with the kids, and I was never sure. I had to plead and beg her to come back, because she did it simply because we wasn't speaking. This is the time where she claimed that she was held captive. She came back on her own. The reason why, and then I submitted this evidence as well. The reason why she claimed she came back is because she said my kids wanted to come back to their dad. As you can see, she returned to the home. Okay. Blah blah blah. I don't want to,
Blah, blah, blah.
try to get through it as possible.
The time, mark the time.
Yes, this is very important. The very next day, sir, around the time when she says that she was abused and she was held captive, the very next day she attempted to commit suicide and hurt herself by jumping out of the second-story window in front of our children. I did everything I could to pull her back into the window, using all my strength to pull at anything I possibly could. When doing so, I believe I probably scratched her face. I grabbed her shirt, so it probably put scratches on her neck. I immediately after that, when I got her back into the window, I immediately called my sisters for help and assistance with the kids, because I had absolutely no clue what to do next. Both of my sisters, one of them is Jamila, who's
Sorry, sir, I have to interrupt you. Jonathan Hart here in the flesh. How are you, friend? Hope you've been doing well. I was thinking about you today. I've been thinking about a lot of you. This is, I think, what I'm gonna relish the most in is the ending to this case. But he is really prepared. He's really trying hard, But the more he talks about her leaving in the past and him sort of begging her to come back, red flag. We know that women and men who are victims of domestic abuse have a hard time leaving for many, many reasons, some of which might be that they themselves have mental health issues to deal with, that they have financial ties, they have a lack of experience being independent, they could have been with somebody for many, many years, they could have very low self-esteem and low value in themselves. So I think we have to be kind as much as possible to both. I think he's getting a lot of deference from the judge in this case. And in fact is not doing the worst job in his I don't know what you would call it, manifesto. Because are you serious, Alex G? I fucking ordered a subwoofer recently, and actually I spent all my money on it. $1,000 subwoofer would be literally more money than I have. And that's hilarious though, Alex. I'm laughing. Anyways, so dude, no, Alex. You can have them both, honey. You just call whoever you bought it from and say that, and you just say, "Where's my washing machine?" And they will send you the washing machine. Seriously. here's story time. I worked for a very high-end furniture company, which will remain nameless. And they were a middleman for a lot of very, very high-end, like Italian, European furniture that really rich people buy. Part of my job was to verify the orders, etc., that were going out and like do due diligence basically for the like, Alex, are you joking? You don't have to pay for anything more. You just got a fucking $1,000 subwoofer, my dude, and you're getting a washing machine. Seriously, just seriously, do not send anything back. Don't order another fucking washing machine. You probably anyway, so I remember multiple times when customers have ordered furniture in the thousands and thousands of dollars, custom furniture, marble tabletops, etc. And there's like a delay for whatever reason, and then they can't get it. And the company just immediately sends out another order. And then those orders sort of float around the world in different places, and they end up in different warehouses, and it's like an absolutely acceptable loss to most companies that ship things, that things will be lost, mistakes will be made. The absolute most important thing is to make the customer happy. For another example would be this. I had a friend who ordered a couch off of a big I literally just about said something. So it's not a sponsor. Hi, Kimmy. I hope you're doing good, Kimmy. So they ordered furniture off of a well-known website that's not Amazon, and they had a like couch that was ordered. The couch had a tear, a small tear, in the back behind where it would have been up against a wall or something like that. Anyways, they took the picture of this, sent it to the company. The company immediately is like, oh, we're very sorry. That is totally fine. And they're like, did you want us to pick up the couch? And we'll get another one out to you. And the guy, my friend was like, yeah, no problem. Yeah. And then he like got off the phone and thought about it. And he like called back and he was like, what would you do with the couch? They're like, oh, we just take it to the dump. We hire a company to pick it up and take it to the dump, but you can keep it if you want. And he's like, I can? They're like, yeah, absolutely no problem. So then he got 2 couches, the exact same. One was just tiny tear at the back. Again, it costs them more money to ship that couch back than it does to let you keep it and get you the proper thing that you wanted. Don't underestimate your value as a customer to companies like that. Seriously. So it's just, yeah. So many stories about that kind of stuff. I'd be like, yeah, where the heck is my washing machine? Seriously. Anyways, absolutely not legal advice here, but some common sense, I think. And here's the other thing. So here's the thing. I'm absolutely positive that there's an algorithmic level, right? Where the company and the computer determines, hey, this person has crossed the threshold from what we attribute to be normal loss to our customers into scamming us. So like, you can't do it for everything. It's just not the way it works. But in situations like this, there's that they completely don't want the subwoofer back necessarily. It will cost them money to take it back. For the most part, like, again, you just call, yeah. Anyways, okay, let's keep watching. Thank you, people in court, for DMing me that thing. I'll look at it after. Amazon reports lots of in returns. They're not able to actually return most of them. They don't even have this like ability to think about like checking that they work, all these different things about things. That's why they sell Amazon return pallets. And you can get those in most cities because it's not only better for them to not even deal with it at a common warehouse. They don't even want them back. They literally sell them off in different cities where they're located so that they don't have to deal with it. It's an unfortunate truth of a throwaway society that we live in, but you just have to ask the right way. So please, please, please do not go buy another washing machine. Yeah. If they fucking, and the answer is, if somebody wants it back, absolutely come and get it or send me a shipping label and then you send it back. And so what? Come see, come saw. You didn't get it anyways, whatever. But the likelihood of that happening is zero. Literally zero. The shipping alone, it's just not feasible. And okay, so here's the other thing. So working at unsaid furniture store, high-end items, they were very smart because what they figured out is to be the middleman. They never even had to have a big warehouse because they would just order stuff for people and have it shipped directly to their house. But there are some middleman warehouses, right? You're Alex, honey. You're getting both. You're keeping that. You're keeping both. You just won a bit of a lottery. If you need me to deal with it, literally, you can have both. There's no worries. You're not even in trouble. Anyways, so yeah. Oh my God. That's right. Okay. This is a secret story, but this, so super high-end furniture and, but sometimes rich people still like a deal, right? And so, my boss that worked there had worked there for quite a long time and he figured out, he had a number of clients that he worked with for their whole homes, really rich people, right? But they like to have a sale for some reason. And so I remember one time he was like on his way out the door and I answered the phone and I was like, "Oh, Mr. So-and-so, no, he's just on his way out the door." And he like looked over and saw the name on the phone and like, jacket off. I'm like, "Oh, actually, you know what? I'm wrong. I think he's here." And I'm like puzzled, like, why is, he never takes calls like this. Like he doesn't need to do this. He's like happily sitting down. And I wait, and at the end, he's like, "Oh, that's Mr. So-and-so or Dr. So-and-so." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I've helped him do most of his living room, his whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, great." And this is a funny story. He's like, he loves a deal. I'm like, that's not really what we specialize in here, right? Like we specialize in high-end stuff, custom. And he goes, "I know, but sometimes when, we get those things in the warehouse randomly." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I put them aside. And then when he calls, I sell it to him on sale." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" And then I realized something. I'm like, "Oh, the cost of the good is zero because there's no cost to keeping that box. Just like there's no cost to I'm so sorry. My brain is gone away. There's no cost to Alex, sorry, for the subwoofer, right? And so whatever Alex would sell the subwoofer for would be profit. Whatever my boss sells the coach for is pure profit. And he was on a profit share plan, like a commission sales. And I realized, I was like, "Oh my God, you're like raking it in." And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "But it's not even good stuff. Like, it's just old, like, it's whatever. It just arrived here." He's like, "I know, but I sell it to him and he loves it." And I'm like, power to you, power to you. Okay, I'll do a poll about Alex and the subwoofer. Just give me 1 minute to close the other poll. We'll get this going again.
Hopefully gonna be ready to testify after this. Both of my sisters, Jamila, arrived on the scene immediately after 30 minutes after I called them. They came from the cat. I felt, yes, both of my sisters, yes, Sharanda then begged me to please do not call the police and please do not call the mental institution. I felt bad and I didn't want to send the mother of my kids away to the hospital, so I didn't take any action. But both of my sisters, my sister and my sister-in-law, they both was in the house that day, right after they did that. This is the same day that she sent me text messages saying that she's pregnant with our child. This is the same day that she claimed that she was held captive. Both of my sisters were in the house. My kids were downstairs with us. Sharanda would stay upstairs. She never came back down because she was embarrassed about what she just tried to do. And the neighbor from next door to us, when Sharanda jumped out that window, the neighbor seen it on her own with her own, and she went to call the police, thinking that Sharanda was in trouble. So I told the neighbor, I'm like, ma'am, I didn't do nothing to her. I'm like, Sharanda, tell her what's going on. Sharanda's not saying nothing to the neighbor, but she's telling me, come on, baby, let's just get in the car and leave. Let's just get in the car and leave. I'm like, man, no, I'm not going with you. The neighbor hears her say this, and she's already on the phone with the police. The neighbor hears her say that and goes, miss, if you try to get in the car with him, I'm hanging the phone up. I'm not calling the police on your behalf. So I go back in the house and close the door. I lock the door. At this point, if she was held captive, if she was being abused, this is her time to run to the neighbor for help. She's banging on the door to get back inside the house, and tells me, let's just turn off the light and don't answer when the police come, please. She's begging me to do this. So my sister and the girlfriend, they over the house now. And that's what we did. This is all why she's claiming. This is claiming that this is the time that she was claiming that she was being abused, sir. This is why I'm laying the timeline. That's simply why. This is no. Give me a second. Let me just pick up where I left off. I'm not even gonna say that. I have no intention or motive to want to hurt Sharanda or anyone in her family. All I care for are my kids. I don't care to know where she lives. I don't care to know anything about where her family is. All I want is visitation right from my
All right, this is not testimony, this is argument. So I'm going to take a brief pause. Give me just a moment.
I've just put the poll up. Please go and tell Alex how things should be. Also, let's just go over previous poll, which thinks 51% of you think the TPO will be granted, followed closely, sort of, by I'm not sure or I don't care. Then 15% of you say TPO denied, this plan is going to work. And finally, we have 7% that believe there will be an agreement reached. This next poll, I really would love to hear your thoughts on this. Yes, let's hear as we continue.
All right. So I know that we have your witness still in the waiting room. We're going to see if we can bring them in for any questions they may wish to answer, assuming they're in a position they're able to do so. All right, Ms. Davis, are you in a position to testify?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, sir. I finally was able to park. Took a long time.
Okay. You've been sworn in under oath. What evidence or testimony are you able to give us today regarding any violence, acts of violence, or threats of violence between Mr. Matthews and Ms. Johnson?
Me personally, I don't know any acts of violence whatsoever. I do know that it was a situation where she cheated and he was just ready to leave. I actually went to go pick him up from his house. I'm sorry, not his house. I went to go pick him up from the hotel that was around, I want to say like 5 minutes from his house. From that point on, I'll say that was when Miss Johnson kind of started this whole rant of being abused and being hurt and things happening to her. I more than likely just feel like it's because my brother no longer wanted to be with her after that situation, him not knowing if the baby that she's impregnated with now is his or not. I just think that he was kind of fed up with it. All the evidence that was sent in, I believe I sent it to your clerk. those were text messages from his phone directly that we have his property in hand. Those are text messages from his phone directly, basically just showing that everything that she was saying is just completely untrue, showing the times they had together in their home, showing them having great times with their children, showing his children just honestly being infatuated with their father. So with the allegations that I heard, I honestly was not expecting that at all. From my view, me knowing them as a couple, I've never seen anything that was honestly abusive.
All right. So your statement is you haven't seen any such things in your time with them. So
Never. I've never even known my brother to be an abusive person at all.
So did you know, how did you come to find out that he was incarcerated right now?
I found out, I want to say like 2 days after he left my engagement party. I got a call from him from the jail.
All right. And did you know anything about a protective order that was filed last year between these parties?
Not at all, because he was just living with her. So that would have been really crazy that we didn't know that and he was in the same house as her.
All right. What portion of 20?
That one sounded yucky. That one sounded yucky. I think she would say I was referring to the allegations that were in the petition people in court, but yeah. Let's keep going. Also, hi to Icon. Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the support from everybody. I'm loving our little YouTube family, which is growing every day. There's only a few spots left in the 2K club. Seriously. So keep that in mind. Tell your friends if they're cool only. And our version of cool, which is like wants to watch court all the time.
2022, would you say that they were residing together?
All of 2022.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your patience with us. We're going to place you back in the waiting room.
Okay, no problem.
All right, Mr. Matthews, anything else that we have not covered yet?
No, sir.
All right. Well, the situation with these hearings, there are a few things to keep in mind, and it's hard to separate when the allegations overlap with criminal court and when.
I just want to, Basement Gardener, thank you so much. I remember the very early days. I remember you guys have all been there with me, and I appreciate you all. Don't think I forget it. I don't. Oh, no worries, 2Icon. Honestly, being here commenting on the videos, though, that's the most helpful thing, is when you guys comment on the videos, you participate in the lives, you hang out. You think he's done. He can't shoot himself in the foot anymore. You're wrong, guys. Watch what this dude just does in a few moments here, and you're gonna all get it because you're all court nerds, but this is hilarious to me. I literally laughed so hard. Let's keep in mind, we've been watching this for, I gotta go up close. Okay, an hour and 15 minutes. We've been doing this hearing. He's been vigorously defending himself, right? Vigorously. Just keep that in mind.
The substance especially is overlapping with the criminal court. But
I'm
what
sorry.
we're here for is a civil proceeding. Yes.
The only thing that I left out that I didn't get to say was, the charge where I was charged with any charge that I've seen when I was charged with aggravated stalking, or even when I came to when I got hit with aggravated assault charges, it was simply me dropping my kids off or picking my kids up. They when I dropped my kids off the first time, that's when I got into the altercation with her family, her mother, her attacking me with a bat and the whole nine. And that was the parking lot. That was when I got the altercation on May 10th. That was simply because I was following the parental agreement that we had, which stated I was supposed to come and get my kids. This whole situation for a long time in our relationship has just been about my kids. That's all that's my biggest and only purpose here today is to not lose my children. I'm willing to make the temporary protective order permanent. If that, I want her to feel as safe as possible. If that grants her safety, I am willing to make it permanent 100%. It's my children, as you can hear from my witnesses and from my testimony. That is the purpose here today.
What?
This whole situation for a long time in our relationship.
We got to go back here. We got to go back and hear that again. Let's just double check and make sure we hear what he says here.
When I got the altercation on May 10th, that was simply because I was following the parental agreement that we had, which stated I was supposed to come and get my kids. This whole situation for a long time in our relationship has just been about my kids. That's all that's my biggest and only purpose here today is to not lose my children. I'm willing to make the temporary protective order permanent. If that, I want her to feel as safe as possible. If that grants her safety, I am willing to make it permanent 100%. It's my children, as you can hear from my witnesses and from my testimony. That is the love of my life. Please, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You should have said that at the start, that you agree to a permanent protective order instead of fighting it like you just did. What are you doing? Do you think he knows what he said? Because the judge is just going to enter this by agreement. Yeah. That's hilarious. It's like he put himself up on the ropes and then tapped himself out, basically. Like, okay, take it. Like, what, dude? I don't know what the judge was going to rule. I actually have a funny feeling that he may not have put it in place because there might be bond conditions. I don't even know. But whenever they say that, judges always sigh this sigh of relief because they can just say by agreement.
Right. I'm making notes as I'm sitting here. So, all right. So this is a civil proceeding, and the standard of proof is more likely than not. It's a much, much lower standard than you find in a criminal trial, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And what I have to find to grant an order is to find that an act of family violence has occurred and that one might occur in the future. And what I see here is in some ways, what I would call almost explanations or things that could, even if taken as true, be reinterpreted a different way to even serve as a motive. I think the evidence in this case with this low standard of proof is sufficient for the order to be extended, and it'll be written as follows. It would order that there not be contact between the parties, and that includes direct, indirect, or third-party contact. And what I will say is that without knowing any further status about your situation in Gwinnett County, any children you may have that are not legitimated, this order does not prevent you from going through that process. And for any children that have already been legitimated or may be legitimated in the future or both, upon your release, you can file a modification with this court requesting that custody and visitation be modified. And that'll be heard by me or another one of our judges to determine that. And so in the meantime, that will be the order of the court. We're going to have you speak later with Officer Ellis, who is our compliance officer, regarding any other steps you may need to take vis-a-vis the Family Violence Intervention Program. I don't have any information about whether that's been completed recently or not, but that will be the ruling for today's case. And just keep in mind the possibility of filing for that modification post-release, because that's really when that is going to be ripe for discussion anyway. And so at that point, you'll have a better handle of what other restrictions are placed on you by either criminal courts or family courts or both, to know whether there's a path forward in that respect. And so that will be it for that case for today, and that order will be on file later this week. Ms. Johnson, thank you for your time with us today as well, and you are free to log off.
Thank you.
Here comes the best part, you guys. Seriously, here comes the best part.
Can I ask 2 questions? Because I was trying to understand what you were saying.
Okay.
So we're ending it with, I said I had no visitation rights to my baby.
So right now you don't, but right now you're also gonna, it looks to me, if I'm understanding this correctly, that you're gonna be held in the Gwinnett County Jail indefinitely. So what I'm telling you is that, and then part of this for you to keep in mind is I can't see what conditions, if any, have been placed upon your bond. So I don't know if a judge in Gwinnett County has already put conditions on you regarding her, regarding the kids, both, neither. I don't have access to any of that, unfortunately. But what I'm telling you is once you're released, if that's in 1 week, 1 month, 9 months, whenever it may be, if you have a request or a plan for visitation, when you're out and we know better what your case status is, then you can make that filing with the court. And you would put in the motion, I was released on bond under this case number with these conditions, and I would like the protective order modified to consider visitation on the following schedule, or whatever that would be. We would serve her with that motion. We would hear from the parties, and the court would make a decision as to whether they wish to impose that or not. But right now, I don't want to do that because of the number of different things that seem to be floating around in the court system. I think that having an order that says absolutely yes, visitation on this schedule runs the risk of being misconstrued or misinterpreted, either by the parties or by law enforcement. And so I think that it's best to hold off on that for now. And then once you know what conditions or restrictions are placed upon you in the other proceedings, you come back to this court to ask for visitation that would be that would conform to the restraints they've placed upon you. So that is what we're going to do for today.
If I don't know how to reach, how can I get her served if I don't know where if I don't, know, you got to know where somebody can be found to get them served. So how would I?
Well, the sheriff handles the service process. So,
no, I've done it.
That's all I can say about that. I can't parse through all of that with you today. But I mean, people hire private process servers when they're doing family court stuff and civil lawsuits. But those are kind of the 2 main options. So we have been going for more than an hour and a half here. And so I'm going to turn my attention to Ms. Brown and Mr. Hewitt, because we need to.
This is, again, unfortunately, the type of situation where, because it's a civil situation, and the best part's coming up, and please stay, because Judge is going to drop some hilarious lines in a moment. But I just want to say, I feel for the guy in this situation as well. He really did prepare. He has some good points. The judge is, however, very, very aware that as far as court proceedings go, the ones you get done the quickest are going to be TPO hearings, really. The ex parte first, and then these ones have to be held within 30 days. And so regardless of, he knows that if he makes a court order saying there must be visitation on this day, that another judge may look at that a little differently or may not quite understand exactly. So he's reserving the judgment of that determination to later, which I think is a slight bit of a cop-out because he has legitimated one child, and I've seen Judge Manning absolutely stipulate visitation with a legitimated child before. So I know it can be done in Georgia, even when a protective order is put in place. So anyways, let's just listen to the rest. This is literally, I almost fell off my chair.
Take that up. We're actually going to place the jail feed in the waiting room for a moment before we get started. Is she gone?
I don't see Miss Brown unless she's still in the breakout room. She's number 19. Yeah, she's look like she's still in there.
Okay, so she's in the breakout room. Miss George is gone for the day, I'm guessing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Judge, it just came back up. I'm checking. Give me a second.
No worries.
People in court, I think it's because Miss George.
Even if he did, I think it's best that he do it again. He wrote the great American novel to come here for that hearing today. Jesus Christ.
He did.
He needed a hole punch and a binder.
Mm-hmm.
He was very prepared. I mean, I'll say that he and argued incredibly well. I mean, that was you could put him across the courtroom from someone, and I mean, he was on it.
Mm-hmm. I don't see Miss.
Let's see it all in its glory again. It was so good.
Just came back up. I'm checking. Give me a second.
No worries. Even if he did, I think it's best that he do it again. He wrote the great American novel to come here for that hearing today. Jesus Christ.
He did.
He needed a hole punch and a binder.
Mm-hmm.
He was very prepared. I mean, I'll say that he and argued incredibly well. I mean, that was you could put him across the courtroom from someone, and I mean, he was on it.
Mm-hmm.
So there you have it. I loved that. We're not done yet. Don't worry. Don't go away. We're not done at all. What do you feel about that? I just love it. He did come prepared. I do, and he does respect the effort made. And I think that that's important in the judicial process. Damn thing. Anyways, listen, guys. Here's what's coming up. I don't know. I can't decide what to do next. I think there's a couple dicks here. I know that some of you have not hit the like button. I didn't really want to have to say it. It is a med check time. That means if you take meds, think about them. If you don't take meds, come down into the chat and tell us what that's like. We don't understand that. You could also name your strain at this point to tell me what is floating you through this evening. Drinks, dabs, all the delicious things enjoyed as adults legally-ish, whatever, you know what I mean. So people in court, here's my theory. I believe that the normal lady who is in my mind a nemesis of mine just by default, because she specifically makes these streams extremely hard to capture. Normally you have to be on it, all of this stuff. So I feel like it's a game of cat and mouse between her and I. I'm like respecting that part. Like, yeah, you can make it hard, but I'm going to still be there. Like, this is public. And so when they mention that she's gone for the day and then it's left up, I think that it's because it's her that does it so critically and fast. Either as a when I've had many, many jobs, even if it didn't bother me specifically, I just like to do a job well. So if it was my job to have be in charge of the YouTube streams at the courthouse, and the judge had made a comment about oh, we don't want people recording it, and they make those comments and they talk about it, I too would probably be a dick and try and make the stream really hard to get. Like just because I like to do a good job. Now I'm on the other side, so I want to catch the streams. But do you know what I mean? Like that's the story I have going on. No, Phoenix Gaston, different. Different. This is this room. I know her name and I'm not going to dox her and I'm not going to say it. I respect her as a professional. She's not doing anything wrong at all, and neither am I. That's what we learn. I know many of the assistants. I've gone so far as to look up the salaries of some of these people because they are public officials, some of them, and I looked up the salaries of some of the court clerks. I was really interested. When you have time on your hands and a weird ADD brain, that's what happens. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna finish this off with him and them. People in court, I know we were talking about this earlier, so I want to see you do these videos too, please. Because the way I do it is so different, but I love your videos with all the memes and stuff in it. I want to be able to edit stuff like that. I just can't. I just stand here and blah, 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 blah.
Hi.
All right, Miss Brown, we're gonna start with you momentarily.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your patience. Our last hearing was our longest hearing of the day because it just goes like that sometimes. So we are trying to get the jail feed back online and we are going to get started momentarily.
So I'm not supposed to have no contact with him. I don't want to have to conversate with him. Do I have to do that at all?
Well, it's your decision whether you move forward with the order or not. If you think that it's in your best interest for either court reasons or life reasons not to proceed with the order, then you can make that choice.
I want the order. I'm just saying, do I have to talk directly to him or anything like that?
You're really talking to me, but he has a right to be present because he has a right to know what the allegations are against him. Now,
Okay.
for everybody that's here, without having everything in front of me, I don't know who's charged with crimes against whom, but what I will tell you is that anyone who testifies today, the testimony they give can be used against them in other proceedings related to this or otherwise. And so if you do take the stand and testify, then you're waiving your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
I'm really sorry. I guess earlier I must have just assumed that the hat she's wearing is a baby hat that they wear after a baby's born, like we would call it a toque in Canada. Because the way, and I'm not, well, I'm just pointing something out. She is unfortunately, and then again, this is another situation where there should be a freaking prosecutor in here handling all this. Why is she having to say, I don't want to talk to this guy. I don't want to see him, is what she means. And judge is like, oh, you can drop the charges. She's like, no, I don't want to fucking drop the charges, dude. I don't want to have to talk to the guy who may have abused me. So again, sometimes judge gets it, sometimes judge doesn't. What I wish was there was a better process for this where they could like funnel them properly. Be like serious TPOs with domestic violence versus neighbors who think backyard trails are theirs. You know what I mean? Or like won't stop going to Pottery Barn together or something. Like it's difficult to have to listen to them both, and then the judge has to be as serious, but you realize like they only have so much time. Anyways, let's continue as we go, but you should not, yet again, oh my god, I'm going to name this video top 5 things not to do in court, and it's like wear a hat, put your hand on your chin, be your own lawyer. There's 5. I'm sure there's 5. I just think I think partly he was like, I don't want to deal with this. Plus the guy's already in jail. So her safety is not as critically hinged upon this hearing, perhaps. I don't know. That's not Mike Mustache Girl. Is it? Let's go. Let's keep going.
That is your right to remain silent, is what you may hear that called at other places. So understand as well, this is a civil hearing regarding a protection order that Ms. Brown is seeking from Mr. Hewitt. This does not affect any other court orders or bond conditions that are already in place for or against either party, no matter the outcome. So, Ms. Brown, with all of that, is it still your wish to proceed?
Yes.
All right, can I have you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear the statements you make to the court today will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Brown, you filed this petition around the 2nd of June. Tell us what led to you filing.
Well, Justin, he's been kind of terrorizing me for years. Even ever since we had our daughter, where he's just been abusive towards me. But it just started getting out of control to where he would be like sitting on my roof, watching me for hours and I wouldn't know him. Or he'll climb my window in the middle of the night.
Sorry, what? We need to play that. Fuck. She says it so nonchalantly, like what look at the judge. First of all, I was like, Judge, you cannot rub your eyes like that when you have eyeliner on. She's got some facial expressions. Seriously. Oh my God. Speaking of roof, I'm going on the porch quickly. I have a special strain today, which is indica over 20%, which is supposedly 30%. Bullshit.
Years, even ever since we had our daughter, where he's just been abusive towards me. But it just started getting out of control to where he would be like sitting on my roof, watching me for hours and I wouldn't know him. Or he'll climb my window in the middle of the night and open it to see if I'm home, and I wouldn't know him. Or he'll climb my window in the middle of the night and open it to see if I'm home, and
no, we do not know because those are not normal behaviors at all. The is very off-putting to me. I know it's a filler for it's a speech filler like or like or whatever. You know what I mean? I understand that, but it's so misplaced in this scenario because like this situation is not something that most people share. So it's not something that others would know, be like, which I couldn't believe or which scared me or you know what I mean? Like it's just a very odd, I guess it's a lack of education. Here's the thing though. You would grab a break into his room and push him off the roof, our Fulmer. Oh my God. I would probably also I might get a hose and dish soap. And I would squirt the dish soap out the window. And then I would squirt the hose. And I think he'd probably get off the roof.
it was just so scary, and like sometimes I'll be on my way to work my job was right up the street from my house, and he'll be following me up and down the street, screaming, trying to get my attention and, trying to talk to me. And, sometimes he'll even approach me and ask me, oh, can we get back together? And when I would tell him, like, no, he would scream and act crazy and he'll punch his car. And one time I was like, not I was hanging out with one of my friends, and his mother let me drive her car to my house so I can go grab something. And he actually pulled up and jumped out his car, parked his car right next to it, and jumped out with a gun. And he just started screaming, acting crazy. And I started reversing, and he started chasing the car. I pressed the gas real hard only because he had a gun. And, he's been acting crazy for a long time. I was scared. And I ended up hitting my neighbor's car. Justin, he's put his hands on me. It's in the should be in the system all the time. He put his hands on me because I called the police. I'm gonna say 9 times out of 10 times of the times that he put his hands on me.
That sounds like the worst dental commercial ever. 9 times out of 10 times. Oh my God. Why does that weird to me? I don't know. I don't know. I'm feeling weird about this. I don't get it. It sounds let's just keep going. I'm watching Judge's face and her face mostly. I can't really see his face, but I'm watching Judge's face and I'm thinking, do you think, because remember, they're both in the same room, the two guys in jail. So we have Shakespeare over there who wrote his whole American novel or whatever the judge called it. And then we have this guy who comes up to bat, and I'm a little perplexed at what is going on and what, it's just an odd situation. I don't know if she took something before court to calm herself or if you're going to hear some stuff in a bit. So we'll see.
But the police were like very, they weren't very good at their job. Like they wouldn't show up in a timely manner. Like they would show up after an hour or two. So I realized I can't put my life in the trust of the police. So I realized in order to survive dealing with him, I was gonna have to, if he would get aggressive or forceful or, acting crazy and suicidal, I realized I would have to interact with him to some degree because I really wasn't supposed to be talking to him, but I realized I had to talk to him just enough so he wouldn't actually go to my house or go to my family's house and harm anyone. I had to keep him at a level ahead in order to stay alive because I feel like if I didn't do that, I would have been dead or really hurt by now. The police kept advising me, oh, stop talking to him. And that's exactly what I wanted to do. But because they would not arrest him or do anything about the stuff I was showing them on my phone, I still spoke to him a little bit, but only because I was so scared of him. I was in deep fear for my life and my safety. And he would also threaten to run into my sister's house where my kids are and grab our daughter.
Was there an incident where he was arrested for charges in 2021 related to you?
So I'm not really sure about the year, but yes, he did go to jail for 10 months. And I think I left my apartment in 2022, February. So yeah, that probably was 2021.
So he was arrested for those charges. Were you aware that he was convicted of charges associated with that incident?
When you say convicted, what do you mean?
Like that he entered a plea or had a trial and was convicted at trial?
No, I wasn't aware. I think
Judge, can't you look that up? Come on now. Is this the best witness to ask for this? Objection. I don't think that you're going to be able to solicit the correct facts here, Judge.
Told me he got on probation or something like that, or he's on
Okay.
probation.
Yeah, that would be part of being convicted typically. So, okay. Mr. Hewitt, do you have questions for this witness?
No, I just got questions for you. It's like, to be honest, I don't want
What?
to keep putting my daughter inside the TPO, and it's like she tried.
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I'm turning my volume up because I had apparently turned it down, but you said you don't want her to do what with your daughter?
Put my child into the TPO. She doesn't have custody of my child at all. And then she was just recently arrested for aggravated assault because she tried to stab me multiple times. And then she proceeded to stab me, which the county officer seen. And I told her to go home, but she waited there and they arrested her. And then the DA called me saying that she was arrested for aggravated assault. I feel like it's no need for the TPO because it's like, I don't try to stalk her. It was a proceeding one day. She called me and said, "Are you on my route?" And I was actually with her brother. And he said, "Who is that?" I'm like, "That was his sister." And she said, "Was I on her route? Like, was I on the route?" And he laughed and was like, he's like, "Don't even feed into it." I said, why wouldn't I feed into it if she's keep proceeding that I'm trying to climb on her route, which I'm not? That's insane. Like the allegations of that is really insane. And when I was arrested for 2021 for family violence, that was her locking me out of our house, her calling the cops, and she went to jail that time for actually, when the officer tried to open the door, she lashed out on the officer.
What?
So the officer put her in custody, arrested her for family violence. So it's like she's getting arrested for family violence, and then she's just.
Are you talking about 2020?
Yeah, was it 2020?
Okay, so 2020, I think she was picked up for assault in 2020, 2021.
No, 2020.
Looks like you were arrested for charges against her and charges against a police officer. And that was the charge that you pled to maybe last summer. Does that sound correct?
2020, she was arrested for hitting me, driving. She drove up to her sister's job. I proceeded to tell her to stop following me. She followed me, kept following me. She hit me, and then she hit her sister. So her sister called the police, and she was arrested then. But
I never hit my sister ever.
2021.
We're not here for anything that happened to anybody's sister. We're here for things between the two of you. So here's what. Okay, so you said you didn't really have any questions for this witness, Mr. Hewitt. Did you have any other testimony of things that have happened, let's say, over the last 3 years or so, 2.5, 3 years that we have not covered yet, or that I haven't thought to ask about?
Sir, no, not at all.
Okay, so here's the situation for both of you, and it's important for each of your own legal protections that you understand this. Ms. Brown, you're out on bond for charges against him. You have a bond that tells him or tells you not to have any contact whatsoever with him. So that means you don't have the choice of initiating any contact with him, even if you want to. Mr. Hewitt, you are on probation for felony and misdemeanor charges, misdemeanors with her, felonies with police, that order you not to have any contact with her. And that's separate and apart from the things you're incarcerated for now. Was that terroristic threats or something like that? That you're in for now, or something else?
something else.
Something else. Okay. Um, so you have a separate court order, your probation, that tells you to stay away from her. To be as blunt as I can possibly be, the fact that you two were in the same place for her to be charged with this alleged aggravated assault against you means you were violating your probation at the time that she allegedly did those things to you. And so what we have, and I hope both of you are understanding what I'm getting at with this, is that this is a mess. It is a mess it is a tangled web with things going in every direction. But with that said, what we do have here is a guilty plea to an act of family violence from Mr. Hewitt, and a guilty plea in civil purposes is considered an admission, which can serve as the factual basis for a protective order. The way this order will be written, it will be a 12-month order, which will be shorter than his term of probation, but it will automatically expire June 19th. And if he should be released from custody, he would be required to enroll in and complete family violence intervention. All custody matters related to the child will be handled by the directives of the Department of Family and Children Services. So this does not allow or prohibit either of you to have any contact with your child. However, any contact you do have with your child needs to be done without violating the court orders about contact between the two of you. So in a world where Ms. Brown regains custody of the child, Mr. Hewitt, you can't go through her to get to the child. If there's a third-party family member who arranges something, and then relays that to you, not at your behest or request, not at your direction, not something that you initiate, but frankly, it would everybody is taking risks. When you start having this many orders and this many problems between people in the court system, I hesitate to even try to unpack it here because it's a lot. And so what I would say is if you're heading toward a position where DFACS is considering returning custody to either or both of you in whatever amounts, hopefully DFACS will be thorough in writing up provisions for custody exchange that can be done in compliance with probation conditions and in compliance with court orders. We are going to place Ms. Brown, you are free to log off. Mr. Hewitt, we have some information that Mr. Ellis is going to collect from you very briefly, and we're going to place you. I think I might need Ms. Alsop to restart the breakout rooms. Maybe she can be able to move you back.
Am I granted a TPO?
Correct. So you receive a 12-month TPO, but to be quite honest, it basically does all the same things that your probation condition or the probation condition from his criminal case already does. He should not be initiating contact with you directly, indirectly, or through a third party.
Okay.
All right.
But I have the 3-year one.
No, that's not how this works. You have to apply for that once you're most of the way through this order. Like when you get into if there have been issues or other things that you think merit extending the order, then while this 12-month order is going on, you file your motion for a 3-year order. And then the court serves and considers that down the road.
Thank you.
We'll place you back in the waiting room and then you'll be free to log off from there. And
Judge, if you want, I can talk to them once you leave the bench from right here.
okay, yeah, if that's okay. Ms. Alsop, are you all right if I click out?
Yeah, I'm cool with that, Judge. I appreciate you tonight. I have one last hearing for everybody to watch before they dip out, but you, sir, are excused. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorites, somebody who I enjoy watching very much, and I haven't seen this, so I don't know what that warning would be, but I have no clue what happens here. Hi, Evelyn.
This court's going to call cause number E230076-B. This is in the County Court of Law of Orange County, Texas, and it's in the interest of.
Whoa, is Judge Webster a little bit sick or raspy, or is it just the start of the day for him? I'm hoping he's not sick. Sending you positive healing thoughts, Judge. let's see what you have for us tonight on our court watching evening that we've started. Of course, Evelyn. Thanks for being here. You guys, I love all of you. We've had a lovely evening. It feels like it's been 15 minutes. It's been over 3 hours. These judges are like, oh, long hearings. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Try doing 5, 8, whatever, how many. I think my longest stream is 8 hours. I don't recommend that. Well, I do actually. I'll stream for a long time. I know that. Anyways, let's keep going.
Rosalind and Harleen Blassie. Miss Sarah LaFleur, would you raise your right hand? Sarah LaFleur, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Ms. Simone, does the state have any other witnesses besides Ms. LaFleur?
No, sir.
All right, let's check some service on this case.
Oh, also, for anybody who's new here, first of all, those were temporary protective order hearings that we were just dealing with. This is a totally different thing. We are now in Texas. Judge Webster, J. Webster, and these are generally child support hearings that are brought forth by the Office of the Attorney General. So that is represented by the woman in the top beside Judge Webster. And generally, these are triggered by two things. You can either go and hire your own attorney or file your own paperwork and make a motion for a child support order. Or if you are getting government assistance, the government tends to take an interest in who's paying child support. So there's some automatic flagging that goes on when one of the parents or the child is on government assistance programs, and therefore the state usually initiates these proceedings. So it's not necessarily the mom that's asking for the money or the dad that's trying not to. It's just mostly automatically initiated by the Office of the Attorney General. And you'll find that because Judge Webster, he runs a very strict court, which we love, but oftentimes people will ask for things and he'll explain to them that this lawsuit was brought by the Attorney General's office, and they are the ones that filed it and they get to choose whether they withdraw it or etc. So yes, we've done many long ones, and I love the long streams, of course. Anyways, let's see what this one holds. I literally have not seen this yet, but I love her eyebrows down there. She's got them going on. My eyebrows are not the same, and that's okay. What I've decided is that eyebrows are individuals too. They need to be let to be themselves.
Court's going to find on March the 20th, 2023, Mr. Christopher Lee Glassy Jr. was personally served a citation in this case in Orange County, Texas. That citation will return on file on March 21st of 2023. That's been on file for 10 days. I'm looking at my file. He hasn't filed an answer in this case, so he's certainly eligible for default. Let's see if he's got notice of this hearing.
You have to say that Judge Webster probably has dismissed cases before. He does it with a different kind of flair than Dismissal Dan, but I love him just the same. I'm passing around some canapes that I've made. I've got some olive oil.
Christopher Lee Glassy Jr. did in fact
Judge Webster, Judge Webster, sir. I was just in my announcement mode for the canapes. Come on, please. Okay. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I've made some canapes. They are olive oil toasties with some triple cream brie and some avocado sprinkled with a touch of salt and pepper for taste. And I would love for you to come and grab one from the front. One at a time, please. Please be careful as you come to the front. And also, enjoy. Now, Judge Webster, I apologize. You know that you're always welcome to anything in the kitchen, too. What were you saying?
He is not here today, and this case may go forward by default. Let me call your first witness, ma'am.
They will call Miss LaFleur. Miss LaFleur, will you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Sarah Jean Nicole LaFleur.
Okay, and do you have any safety concerns with your personal information being in today's court order?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. What are the names of the children we are here for today?
Rosalind Nicole Glassy and Harlan Roy Glassy.
Okay. When was Rosalind born?
May 28th of 2021.
And how old is Rosalind?
She's 2.
Okay, and when was Harlan born?
May 23rd of 2022. No, Rosalind was 21 and Harlan's 22, sorry.
Okay. How old is Harlan?
He's 1.
Okay. And do you and your children both live together in Orange County?
Whoa, those are Irish twins. Seriously. That means she was pregnant within 3 months of having the baby, which is not recommended, ladies. And gentlemen, you know I was a Lamaze instructor.
County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who is the children's father?
Christopher Lee Glassy Jr.
Okay. The state will move for the admission of the acknowledgement of paternity for Rosalind as State's Exhibit A.
Ms. LaFleur, I've just placed on the screen a copy of the alleged acknowledgement of paternity for the child Rosalind. Is it okay if I look at this acknowledgement?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit A is admitted in evidence.
And were you married to anyone when Harlan was born?
No, ma'am.
And is there any chance that anyone else could be her father?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you and Mr. Glassy ever in a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you tell Mr. Glassy that he could be Harlan's father?
The moment I found out I was pregnant.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Glassy?
We were living together in Orangefield.
Okay. And when did you guys stop living together?
About, I'd say April or May before.
I just asked Nana if she knew what Irish twins are. She looked at me funny. She said, "Oh, I don't know what I would call that. A whore? Stupid."
For the kids' birthdays.
Which child?
Both kids did because they're in the same month.
Oh, okay, okay. And since that time, has Mr. Glassy provided
What year this month?
Yes, what year, ma'am?
This year.
Okay. 2023?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm really bad with dates.
That's okay.
Oh, they are close together. I'm sorry, that's in May. Okay.
Yeah, they're 360 days apart.
Okay. Has Mr. Glassy been providing financial support for them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you asking the court to set child support back to the time you separated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who do your children live with?
Me.
Okay. And how long have they lived with you?
Since they were born.
Okay. And who makes the important decisions for your daughter?
I do.
Okay. Who makes the important decisions, the day-to-day decisions for your children?
I do.
And what is Mr. Glassy's relationship like with the children?
Well, with our daughter, it's really good. For some reason, he has a really good bond with her. But with our son, it's like 1 minute he's good with him, and the next minute he's just, I don't know, he just treats him different.
Okay.
Is her son 1 month old? because to be fair, there is a very, very, very serious thing, the period of purple crying that happens for, and young parents especially need to be absolutely aware of this. And it's nothing to be ashamed of, that you need help and you need to step away sometimes from a baby that's crying. That is absolutely understood and to be expected. Sometimes that feels like failure, but that's not failure. That's actually being responsible and being aware of being pushed to different directions. The children are 1 and 2 now. Okay. That's pushing it. The period of purple crying is generally in the first couple months, but you do have to be careful about overwhelming somebody with young children who may not, like, let's just say he's young, because she looks quite young too. I mean, it's very, very hard to do. And if your brain isn't even, you know what I mean? If your brain isn't even fully developed yet, because he may have whatever, ADHD or something like that, you could be dealing with not all the tools, you know? And so, like in Canada, there's like, it's a required video that you have to watch before you leave the hospital. And it's literally called The Period of Purple Crying. And it really explains it well and helps. And I'll look for the video. I bet it's educational. I bet we could watch it. But anyways, those are red flags to me, that he treats one of the children differently. It's not unexpected, because caring for 2 children under 2 is very difficult. That's nothing to be sneezed at. So again, this may be a situation where we go, hey, maybe we should split the time with the babies for a while. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
And when was the last time that he saw your children?
About a week ago, he told me he was sober, which his grandpa confirmed that as well by going and giving him a drug test. So I made sure that he was sober before he got to see the kids, and I brought the kids around him and his grandpa to be able to see them.
Do you know if Mr. Glassy was ever charged with an assault against a family member?
An assault?
Yes.
I know his dad was. I'm not sure about him.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Glassy is currently on probation?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Okay. Does he have any other pending charges that you're aware of?
He has a violation for probation, I'm pretty sure, in Fort Worth, Johnson County. And then the other one's from Angelina.
Do you know if Mr. Glassy is working?
No, ma'am, he is not.
Okay. Is he capable of working?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe he could work at least a 40-hour a week minimum wage job?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how are your children covered for health insurance?
Medicaid.
Do you know if Mr. Glassy has any other biological children under the age of 18?
Not that I know of, no, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and pass the witness.
Okay, call you next witness.
I don't have any further witnesses.
All right, so Ms. LaFleur, I have to give him visitation rights, but I can kind of restrict them, which probably needs to happen in this case, okay?
All right.
Right now, is he living with his grandfather?
Yes, sir. He ended up getting sober and going to stay with his grandpa.
So right now, the only contact that he's getting with the kids is if you bring them over and he gets to spend time with them through the grandfather.
Yes, sir.
So if I said, look, I'm going to give Mr. Glassy visitation with the kids, but it's always going to be with the grandfather, okay?
Okay.
How long do you think he should have to do that before he doesn't have to be supervised by the grandpa?
Well, like I said before, the kids even get to go see him. His grandpa has a drug test on standby just to give him some, just to prove that he's sober. So
he has to do it for his probation, right?
Well, I don't know if he's been even going to his probation or not. Yeah. I'm not sure. But I told his grandpa that just to make sure, because I don't want my kids around any of that. But so far, he's been passing every single one of them, and he's been at his grandpa's the whole time. So I told him if he just keeps passing it and keep doing good, then he can be around the kids. Eventually, you know, he'll be able to get them without me, as long as he stays sober.
Well, see, that's the problem. I can't use eventually as a date. I have to have a specific time. So if I said that Mr. Glassy could have unsupervised contact with his kids, how long do you think he should have the supervised contact before he gets them unsupervised?
It's like 5 or 6 weeks, just to be sure.
I think that's easy. Yeah, see, I was actually going to make it a lot longer than that.
Oh, whatever fits for you, really. I don't.
Hey, Ms. LaFleur, I always like to try to get the mom's vantage point of it first, and that way I take what your considerations are into play. Okay.
Okay, I told you I have not watched this, and I have not watched this. I swear to God. I believe, Judge, I watch it all. Okay. I watch these so much. Like, I think he'll do a phased-in visitation schedule. 12 or 6 spots in each visitation, starting with supervised by the grandfather, followed by unsupervised half day, followed by unsupervised full day, followed by overnights for one night, followed by 2 overnights. And each of those will either have 6 or 12 times that he'll have to do it. And it can only be done on the the first, third, and fifth weekends of the month. So I bet it will take him a year to get up to unsupervised visitation standard possession. Let's see if I'm right. Maybe, the mom just said 6 weeks, so Judge might go a little shorter, but he could probably go like, I guarantee it's going to be a phased in visitation with many phases. Let's see.
Okay.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
So Harlan just turned 1 and Rosalind just turned 2.
Yes, sir.
Right.
The other thing I love about Judge Webster is that babies don't bother him. He'll even say, "You go
Lindsay,
get that."
Yes, sir.
What's the minimum wage presumption for 2 kids with no others? Is it 280?
It's 280.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Anything further from the state?
No, sir.
No more bets. No more bets.
Anything else that you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
No, sir.
I do have another couple of questions, okay? Now,
Okay.
I've got an acknowledgement of paternity for Rosalind, but I don't have one for Harlan. Are you absolutely certain that Christopher Lee Glassy Jr. is Harlan's father?
Yes, sir. I'm 100% certain.
No other person can be that child's father?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell Christopher Lee Glassy Jr. that he was not Harlan's father?
No, sir.
All right. Court's going to find the court has jurisdiction in this case. The court's going to find, based on the testimony of Ms. LaFleur, I'm going to find that Christopher Lee Glassy Jr. is the biological and now the legal father of the child Harlan Roy Glassy. I am going to find that it's in the children's best interest to name the parties as joint managed conservators, with the mother, Miss Sarah LaFleur, is the conservator with the right to establish the primary residence of the child. Mr. Glassy is going to have visitation at any and all times mutually agreed to by the parties. If no mutual agreement, then Mr. Glassy is going to have a phased-in visitation schedule with 10 visits at each phase. Ms. Simone, I'm going to want every phase to be supervised by the paternal grandfather.
Okay.
You don't need his name, you don't need his address. Ms. LaFleur knows where that is and knows where he lives. So, but the entire phased-in visitation schedule will be supervised by the paternal grandfather. I'm going to order Ms. LaFleur to maintain the current health insurance that she has on the children. There'll be no retroactive child support in this case. I'm going to order that Mr. Glassy will pay child support and medical support out of the minimum wage presumption. That'll be $280 a month in child support, $25 a month in cash medical. Both payments beginning July the 1st of 2023. Mr. Glassy will be responsible for court costs, but I'll give him until December 31st of 2023. Any request for non-disclosure is denied. Anything further in regards to this case, Ms. Simone?
Once he finishes the phase-in and moves to the standard possession, he doesn't need to have any supervision from the grandfather, correct?
10 at each phase is going to be 40 visits. That's going to take him at least 20 months. Ms. LaFleur.
10 at each phase. 10 at each phase. Orlando Chiquita, Donna, I'm reading your thing about a TV show that's on now called Crime Scene Kitchen. They have to solve a crime as a team using items and things in the kitchen. I love it. I don't watch TV. We need to go back and re-listen to him drop this real bomb because Miss Simone didn't quite get it. She thought, 10 visits and we good. No, 10 visits in each phase, all supervised on a standard possession order, is going to take him over 20 months before he gets standard possession. Also, I have an idea for a game that I'm going to do with you guys this week called True Detail or Purely Fiction, where we have 3 cases. 2 of them are real cases. 1 of them is made up. Can you guys determine which one is which? That's going to be the question.
Ask for 5 weeks. That's.
He doesn't need to have any supervision from the grandfather, correct?
10 at each phase is going to be 40 visits. That's going to take him at least 20 months. Ms. LaFleur asked for 5 weeks. That's
Okay.
substantially longer than.
I just want to make sure
Well,
when I read it.
No, you were fine.
Yes.
He's on probation too. So
no
I
back
imagine
support.
If he's on probation, they're going to require drug testing. So he's going to find himself in much more hot water with his probation judge than he will be from me if he's not passing this drug test. Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. LaFleur, what's going to happen now is they're going to prepare a proposed court order for me. They're going to send it to me. As long as it matches what I said here today, I'm going to sign it and get it back to them. They're going to mail a copy of it to you and to Mr. Glassy, okay?
Okay.
You have a great day, Ms. LaFleur. You're free.
I can't stop and I won't stop.
This court's going to call cause number B220312-D. This is in the 163rd District Court of Orange County, Texas, and it's in the interest of Harlow Bennett. Miss Jessica Bennett, I need you to raise your right hand and tell me that your hand is in the air.
Yes, sir, it is.
Miss Jessica Bennett, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Derek Reynolds, raise your right hand, please. Mr. Reynolds, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Ms. Simone, does the state have any other witnesses besides the parties?
No, sir.
All right. Your case has been called. You can call your first witness.
Thank you. The state will call Miss Bennett. Miss Bennett, would you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Jessica Colleen Bennett.
Okay, and what is the name of the child we're here for today?
Harlow Emerson Bennett.
Okay, and when was Harlow born?
January 11th, 2021.
And how old is Harlow?
2.5.
Okay, and do you and Harlow reside together in Orange County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who is Harlow's father?
Derek Reynolds.
Okay, at this time, the state will move for the admission of the genetic test results for Harlow as State's Exhibit A.
Ms. Bennett, I've just placed on the screen a copy of the alleged DNA test results between you, the child Harlow, and the alleged father, Derek Reynolds. Is it okay if I look at these DNA test results?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Reynolds, is it okay if I look at these DNA test results?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit A is admitted into evidence. Based on the admission into evidence of State's Exhibit A, the court's going to find that DNA testing was completed in this case. Based on the results of the DNA test, I'm going to find that the alleged father, Mr. Derek Reynolds, is hereby found to be the biological and now the legal father of the child Harlow Bennett. Go ahead, Ms. Sloan.
Okay, and what would you like Harlow's last name to be?
I would like it to remain as Bennett, please.
Okay, and why do you believe that's in her best interest?
Because that's also my other children's last name, and I do not plan to change my last name back to my maiden name when I am divorced from Christopher. I will be keeping Bennett myself.
Okay. And were you and Mr. Reynolds ever in a relationship?
Yes, ma'am, we were very briefly.
When did you tell Mr. Reynolds that he could be Harlow's father?
He knew the exact day that I found out that I was pregnant, which was beginning of May in 2020. He also went with me to my first appointment at the Hope Center, which I believe was May 16th of 2020. He was present for that. We briefly carried an on and off relationship for the next couple of months, and then things ended.
And since Harlow was born, has Mr. Reynolds ever provided any financial support?
No, ma'am.
Are you asking the court to set back child support?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who does Harlow live with?
She lives with me and her two siblings.
Okay. How long has she lived with you?
Since the day she was born.
And who makes the important decisions for her?
I do.
Who makes the day-to-day decisions?
I do.
And when did Mr. Reynolds last see her?
He has never seen her.
Okay. So Mr. Reynolds currently has no relationship with Harlow?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And what type of health insurance does Harlow have?
She's currently on Medicaid.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass this witness.
Call your next witness.
The state will call Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, would you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Derek Claude Reynolds.
Okay. And you are Harlow's father, correct?
Yeah, it's what it says.
Okay. And what do you want Harlow's last name to be?
What did you just say, buddy? What the hell? Did he just say, I gotta go back?
Yes.
Call your next witness.
The state will call Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, would you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Derek Claude Reynolds.
Okay. And you are Harlow's father, correct?
Yeah, it's what it says.
Okay. And what do you want Harlow's last name to be?
Bennett. He wants it Bennett.
And were you and Miss Bennett in a relationship?
Very briefly.
Okay. Have you ever provided financial support for Harlow?
Nope, because I didn't know she was mine.
Okay. When did you find out that she was yours?
About 2 minutes ago.
And who does Harlow?
Mark the time. If people in court or somebody, please DM me this timestamp 3:39. That's fucking epic.
Were you and Miss Bennett in a relationship?
Very briefly.
Okay. Have you ever provided financial support for Harlow?
Nope, because I didn't know she was mine.
Okay. When did you find out that she was yours?
About 2 minutes ago.
And who does Harlow live with?
Jessica Bennett.
And who
They
makes the
did
major
blood
life
work.
decisions
So
for Harlow?
Spock, they did a DNA test. He's the father.
Harlow?
Jessica
And
Bennett.
who makes the day-to-day decisions?
Jessica Bennett.
Okay. And have you ever seen Harlow?
No, ma'am.
And you have no relationship with her?
Not at all.
Are you presently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where do you work?
A1 Peterson Plumbing.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
5 years.
Okay. And are you paid hourly or a salary?
Hourly,
Okay. And how much do you make per hour?
21 an hour.
Okay. And do you work 40 hours per week?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work any overtime?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you have any health insurance available through your job?
No, ma'am.
And do you have any other biological children under?
Oh, I understand it's confusing, Spock. And the reason I think it's so confusing is because they presented the DNA test results, and obviously these people don't seem to have a relationship, or a very brief one, as they say. And so it's just an odd situation because he probably went for the DNA test but never got the results until now. So that's why he said, I just found out 2 minutes ago.
The age of 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
I have 3 of my own and 2 stepchildren that live with me.
Okay. So you have 3 biological children that live with you?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass this witness.
Call you next week.
I have no other witnesses.
Y'all be patient with me just 1 second, please.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Your Honor. Will we hear a hum? Will we hear a hum?
Ms. Simone, you need to call a witness for child support calculations, please.
Yes, sir. Can we swear in Ms. Swallow, please?
Raise your right hand, Ms. Swallow. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can't calculate child support in Orange County.
Oh, that's
I don't have a strong enough internet connection in the county courthouse to be able to go to multiple different websites. Ms. Swallow, I need to know what the net income is on $3,640, please.
What's the medical? What are you allowing?
That's a great question. Do 50.
With 3 other dependents, it is $447.16. I'm sorry, the net resources are $3,031.58.
Thank you. And you said it was 447?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You have any questions, Ms. Simone?
No, sir.
All right. Let's see. So we've still got some issues here we need to try to diagnose and dissect a little bit. Now, Mr. Reynolds, Miss Bennett told me that when she found out she was pregnant, that you and her were on again, off again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you in fact go with her at least one time to a doctor visit when she became pregnant?
Yes, I did. And right after that, she told me to sign my rights away and we'll never see child support court.
All right. So, is that true, Miss Bennett? Did you tell him that he could give away his rights?
No, sir, I did not tell him.
I still got the text message.
Stop. We're not arguing here. I'll ask the question and you answer my question. It's that simple, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Generally speaking, I don't go back and forth anyway, but I did on that one. I'll try not to do it again. All right. So you did have some idea, Mr. Reynolds, that you were the father of this child.
Me and about 3 other guys.
Well, maybe. Whether a number of other guys that could have been the father of the child, the simple fact of the matter is that Miss Bennett did tell you, in fact, that you were the father. Is that correct?
She stated it.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Reynolds. Don't play games with me in words, Mr. Reynolds. You're going to lose. I do words for a living.
Oh my God. I think I just came a little bit. Holy shit. Judge Webster, I love you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Reynolds. Don't play games with me in words, Mr. Reynolds. You're gonna lose. I do words for a living. All right. So, and you in fact did go with her to at least one doctor's appointment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, George Richmond. Was that seriously not like the biggest crazy line for a court watcher that was like, oh, talk
So,
dirty to me,
Mr.
Judge?
Reynolds, in a case like this where you're a newly discovered father, you still have contact and visitation rights, you understand?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to award you some of those. Now, you haven't had any contact with this child, and so you're going to have to get to know this child before you just get full-blown access and visitation rights, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to give you some of those rights, but I have another question for you. Do you intend to exercise them?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now that you know that you're Harlow's father, you want to be involved with Harlow's life?
Without a doubt. Yes, sir.
All right. That's important to me. When was the last time you actually talked to Miss Bennett?
About 2 months ago, right before the DNA testing.
Had there been a long period before that where you hadn't had any contact with Miss Bennett?
Yeah, it'd been at least probably 6 months.
Okay. So sometimes you guys did contact each other back and forth?
No, it was very briefly last year. She told me I was served some papers about this, and I was never actually served papers. Like, that never happened at my old house I lived in.
Right. Well, you know, as I told you when we were setting up for the DNA test, I could have had them bring the papers out to you, but you know, you can't have a DNA test till you get served. So that was one of the things we were talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it through my email.
All right. Good enough.
Courtney, or swallowed, really.
Harlow's
That's
2.5 now, Miss Bennett.
Yes, sir.
So, Miss Bennett, Mr. Reynolds is going to get some visitation rights with Harlow. I'd like to hear your opinion about that. How would you like those visitations to happen?
I would like them to be supervised at the beginning due to my work schedule. I work swing shift, so I'm not available from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
On what days?
Currently Friday through Tuesday.
You'll have to change that, Miss Bennett, because his visitation for supervised is going to take place on Saturdays.
Okay. Is it okay if I appoint either my sister or my
You always have the right to send somebody else to supervise the visits for you.
Okay. Can I also ask that his wife or his other children not be present in the beginning just so that she has time to get to know him without distractions?
No. It would be a suggestion that I would offer to Mr. Reynolds, but we don't get to dictate the terms, conditions of how he exercises the visitation as long as he's doing it in a safe manner. I mean, Mr. Reynolds has 3 other children. I'm sure he knows that he probably needs to get to know Harlow on his own first before he introduces, you know, a dozen other siblings. But I'm going to leave that up to him. As a good parent, that's what I'm going to require that he do. All right.
Okay, that's fine.
But I do necessarily agree with you that that's probably something that happens, but I'll leave that up to Mr. Reynolds. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So she's 2.5. I don't know. I'm thinking 6 visits at each phase.
I was still breastfeeding my daughter at 2.5.
Supervised visits, then followed by 6 unsupervised visits, followed by 6 unsupervised visits for the day, followed by 6 one-night overnight visits. What that means, Ms. Bennett, is he would have 6 visits supervised by you or someone that you designate. When those 6 visits are done, then you'll have 6 visits unsupervised for a half a day. When those 6 are done, then you'll have 6 visits unsupervised for the whole day. When those 6 visits are done, you'll get his first overnights, but they'll only be one night overnight. And once those 6 visits are done, then you'll have standard possession after that. So if he does every visit, it's going to take him 3 months at each phase. So that's going to take him at least a year before he has standard possession. That means that Harlow's gonna be 3.5, which puts her past the 3-year age gap, okay?
Okay.
All right, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes, sir.
Sounds reasonable to me too.
Mr. Reynolds doesn't get a say on that one. That's honestly the reality is that birth control is both people's responsibilities. And as a woman, you need to be safe with your sexual encounters, and as a man, you need to be. And that means standing strong on your rules and being the lame ass sometimes, but the safe lame ass gets to have more fun. The person who practices safe sex gets to fuck another day. Let's put it that way, shall we? Y'all talking about
Anything
getting
further
your
from Ms.
dick
Bates?
snipped. It's
No,
not
sir.
just about having kids, it's about having safe sex. Amy, you better be joking me. You're making me all itchy. No, I have to be honest. What happened was I ate some toast and all the crumbs went down my skirt, my dress, and I was trying to get them out. And I realized I couldn't really flip them out this way like I normally would. I would normally just like, anyways. So I had to let them out the bottom. I don't think so, Daylight. I really don't. That's just not a move. It's just not. Like if you're stupid enough to not to have sex with somebody that you can't trust enough to be honest about their birth control method and usage, then should you really be having sex with them? Or should you be handling that yourself? YouTube Daddy. I don't think YouTube Daddy watches me. One day. Courtney. It'll hurt.
All right. Ms. Bennett, is there anything else that you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
No, sir. I just want to do what's in the best interest of Harlow.
I hope so. I'm gonna give you guys a plan and a framework, and hopefully y'all can make it work for her from this point forward.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reynolds, is there anything else that you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
No, sir.
No, I think there is some shade of gray in regards to the retroactive child support in this case. So I just did what I thought was in Harlow's best interest. The court's going to find a courthouse jurisdiction in this case. The court's going to find that it is certainly in Harlow's best interest to name the parties as joint managed conservators, with Miss Bennett as the parent with the right to establish the primary residence of Harlow. I'm not changing the last name of the child. The parents have asked me not to do so. So the child's last name will remain Bennett. I'm going to give Mr. Reynolds visitation through no fault of his own. He will have to get to know Harlow first before he can just have unfettered access through standard. There'll be a phased-in visitation schedule, Ms. Simone, with 6 visits at each phase. That'll be 6 supervised visits on the Saturday afternoons, 1st, 3rd, and 5th Saturday. When those 6 supervised visits are finished, then you'll have 6 unsupervised visits from 1 to 4 on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th Saturday of each month. When those 6 visits are done, you'll have 6 visits unsupervised for the day. That'll be every 1st, 3rd, and 5th Saturday until 6 visits are done. When that phase is completed, then Mr. Reynolds will have 6 one-night overnight visits, Saturday at 6 to Sunday at 6, also on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th Saturday of the month. When that last phase is completed, then Mr. Reynolds shall have standard possession. Obviously, if Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Bennett agree to a different schedule, they are certainly within their right to do so as long as they do it as an agreement by the parents. If there's no agreement, then my schedule must be followed. I'll order Miss Bennett to maintain the health insurance that she has on the child. Mr. Reynolds is going to pay child support as per the wage information that he provided to me. I will give him credit, obviously, for the 3 other dependents that he has in this household. Child support in this case will be $445 a month with an additional $50 a month in cash medical. Those payments will begin July the 1st of 2023. Mr. Reynolds will be required to pay retroactive child support. Retroactive child support in this case is going to be $5,785. I'm going to order Mr. Reynolds to pay that back at a rate of $30 per month, each and every month, starting July the 1st of 2023 until it's paid in full. Court costs will be paid by Mr. Reynolds, but I'll give him until December 31st of 2023 to pay my court costs. Ms. Simone, did the state of Texas hear all the terms and conditions of my court order? Are
Yes, sir.
there any questions about the form, Ms. Simone?
No, sir.
I really wish it was Texas law for her to respond, yeehaw.
Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Bennett, what's going to happen now is Ms. Simone's office is going to send me an order. If it matches what I said here today, I'm going to sign it, get it back to them, and they're going to make a copy of it and send it to each of you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reynolds, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
No. Ms. Bennett, do you have any questions?
The only question I do have is, are there geographical restrictions placed
No.
on this?
Not in Orange County. You
Okay.
are, however, required, Ms. Bennett, if you intend to move, you are required to send Mr. Reynolds notice of your intent to move and where you intend to move to within 30 days of the date that you move. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I'm going to need to ask you, Derek, to please send me your current address. I signed tomorrow on a piece of property in Jasper County. I plan to move there within 6 to 8 months, so I'll need to get that to you.
It'll be in the court order that I send you, Ms. Bennett, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. And if we do everything that we're supposed to do, Mr. Reynolds, you won't, by the time you get to the one night overnights, you won't have the drive anymore because you're just going back and forth to Jasper.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Oh, wait, that's actually not exactly true. The court order that I'm going to sign today is what we call a pickup and return order. Right now, Mr. Reynolds would be required to come to Miss Bennett's home and pick up Harlow and bring Harlow back to Miss Bennett. Miss Bennett, if you move to Jasper County, that means you will have changed the counties of residence. Mr. Reynolds will no longer be required to pick up and return the child to you. He will only be required to pick up the child from you, and you will be required to pick up the child back from him. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. That's not an issue.
It's always funny to me, though, that people don't actually read the court order that I signed and don't understand that there's some terms in there they need to be aware of if things change in the future, okay?
Yes, sir. That's why I brought it up. I just wanted clarity.
And y'all can always agree to meet halfway. I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, you can always do that to save your both some driving, and it still comes out to be the same. You're both driving about half the distance.
Judge, thank you so much. I love it when you do awesome, awesome cases like that. Guys, we've been going almost 4 hours. By the time I finish rambling, we will be at 4 hours. Hold on. There's still light out here. I can still go catch some rays in the sun. I'm sort of joking, sort of not. Listen, guys, tonight has been great. What I'm actually going to go do is cut these down and post them as videos so that YouTube Daddy might actually pay me. Wouldn't that be amazing? I'm just joking. Not really. Anyways, I love you all. What do you think we should call tonight's episode? I wrote down a couple things that I was thinking of. One of them was, I lied. I didn't write them down. Top 5 things not to do in court, or 5 things not to do in Zoom court. I'll take suggestions in the comments of the video, and then I will change the title later. that is our new fun thing that we're doing, friends. If you're new here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. The reality is I have really awesome viewers. So often we're going to do a demographic deep dive soon where I show you guys some of my analytics about where people are from, watching from and stuff like that. But exactly, right, Jonathan? Like I've already totally gone over 2 minutes. But seriously, we're going to do a demographic deep dive where we go over some of the stats, and a lot of creators have I mean, honestly, I should just stop and not go ahead, Courtney. I love it. Who was it? There was somebody who popped in and they'll come back and say their name and I'll remember. But I was like, somebody's watching from Qatar. Like, I remember saying to one of my friends, I was like, how would that even happen? And then someone was like, I was on a work trip. And I was like, I love you so much. Like, that was amazing to me. So we're going to do a demographic deep dive. The way I got on that subject is a lot of creators have very low sub to viewer ratios. Mine is not like that. You guys are amazing returning people that come back and hang out, and I can tell that statistically. And so my ratio is like way high. It's like 70% subscribed, which just says like as I get bigger, hopefully that number will likely change, but I usually figure I'm like, man, if I got 45 people here after 4 hours, the likelihood of y'all being subscribed is so high. Like, only if Cynthia's here and she's pretending not to watch, maybe. I don't know. I'm just joking. Listen, we have that. I have to make the shorts that I thought about today. I have to make the videos that I just showed you because those were just fucking fire from Judge Webster, and you saw them here from me first. What else? So many things to do. So many things to do, so little time. In fact, though, I have lots because we started early tonight. Listen, I love you all so much. I'm proud of you, okay? I really am. I want you to remember, too, that you can do it. Work hard. Stay focused. Do not quit. I need to remind myself of this often, and I think we could all remember that once in a while. So I will be back at you later with some videos that I will post. They will likely not be premieres, so don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. You're probably going to see posts from me, but I'm not going live. I'm just getting work done, okay? And then, but what I need from you guys, if you can, and if you like them, is like the video. Like I posted a little snippet of Judge saying Jesus Christ, and like less people watched it if already posted 2 hours ago than are in this live right now. So I thought that was a hilarious freaking case. I love you guys very much. I will talk to you later. Oh, maybe it should be Don't Beat Your Meat. That should be the title. I don't know. Comment in the comments what you think the title should be. Earlier in this live, I yelled out very loud, "Don't beat your meat," to bother Nan. So, anyways, guys, I appreciate you. I appreciate all your support, your comments. When I wake up in the morning and I see nice comments or saying like keep going, it means the world. It really gets me going. So, I love you so much. Remember, you're special, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Go watch some videos. Go watch Credence and Mikey. Go watch Time Served. Go watch Tommy V and MI. Go make somebody's day. Comment on the videos. Start to just, you don't know how easy it is. YouTube Daddy, he watches those things. All right, I love y'all. I'll talk to you soon. Beavers out. Oh, yeah, Beavers out. Bye. I love you. I gotta go. That was 6 minutes for my outro. This is why I'm a long form creator. Don't be a dick. Lick the like.